Test 1, 2.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's City Council regular meeting for Monday, June 27th. First up, we do have one lengthy study session topic that may take us up till about 8 o'clock tonight. Up first is going to be Director Jackie Lowe and members of the leadership team to present the review preliminary 2023 operating and staff prioritized capital requests. Good evening, Director Lowe.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We will continue to review the 2023 preliminary operating budget and a capital improvement plan matrix tonight. Last week, we shared with Council the current economic outlook and the external and internal challenges we face. We also listened to the budget requests from the Police Department, Public Works, Utilities, and South Platte Renew. Tonight, we will hear from the rest of the city team. And let's start with the Administration Department.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tim Dodd, Assistant City Manager. I'll be presenting tonight with Stephanie Carlisle, our City Clerk. Great, so just as a reminder, the City Administration Department has two divisions, the City Manager's Office and the City Clerk's Office. And our mission is right here, is to assist the City Council to create and implement a community vision, goals, and policies, while also providing leadership to city staff that ensures the efficient and effective use of city resources and an outstanding service delivery model. Again, just as a reminder, we have two divisions. We've grown a little bit, moved some things out in the last few years, moved a few things in, but you see here the two divisions that we have. We have several connections to the strategic plan. We specifically listed out some of the areas where we mapped the strategic plan, as we now house a sustainability coordinator. All of the efforts in the sustainability section are coordinated by our office. We also really touch everything, but governance is an area where we've done a lot of work with HR in terms of employee engagement and also developing the mission, vision, and values statements that you saw a few months ago. We also play a big role in community well-being in terms of our coordination of regional homelessness, and then we also significantly touch economy and safety. We don't have any outsourced entities or programs in our department. However, we're constantly looking at ideas for regionalization. As you're aware, homelessness has been a significant project that we've done for about 4 years now with the cities of Littleton and Sheridan, and constantly looking for other opportunities like that where we can, if we're working together on different things, see what those could be based on regional needs. As you know, a lot of the issues and challenges that we face are also issues and challenges faced by other cities in the region. We have 5 enhancement requests tonight. 2 of them are one-time and 3 of them are ongoing. So the first is for sustainability. Thank you again last year for providing seed money to allow us to launch a sustainability program. We're looking for about $15,000 this year to create a full-time sustainability coordinator. Right now she is 0.8 of full-time. We have mapped, and some of this information will come later through the process, but we've mapped the different, I think she has about 67 different projects that she's working on and 15 different metrics that she's measuring towards. She also is the liaison for the Sustainability Commission, and feel that we'd be well served by having that position be full-time. We also, as part of the efforts that are in the strategic plan under governance, we want to do as much as we can to improve the employee experience. One of the things that we want to do is create a very small affinity club and affinity group program. So this would essentially be seed money of up to $500. It would be administered first by our office and then transition into HR. And it would essentially, and many different businesses and other cities have programs like this. It would allow the city to create a sense of community. Could be everything from a first-time home buyers group to a golf club. And this would basically be seed money just to help get those going. We also want a very small amount of money for recognition events. Under City Manager Lewis's guidance and leadership, we now do monthly recognitions internally. We keep those very cost low and cost effective, but there is a small cost associated with them, essentially related to food. Again, we do these, I would say, on the cheap, but we do them in a nice way that's positive for our employees. We celebrate different weeks and months and days throughout the year, so things like City Clerks Week, Law Week. There's pretty much a day, Administrative Professionals Day. There's pretty much a day or week or month for every type of job in the city, and so we try to recognize those on a monthly basis. City Clerk Stephanie Carlisle is requesting $80,000 on a one-time cost, and then it would be $6,500 ongoing for liquor and marijuana licensing software. We are looking at alternatives for this as well, but essentially this would it would piggyback on an existing system that we have that we use for licensing and building permits in our community development department, and it would basically create new efficiencies both on the front end for users, but also on the back end for liquor and marijuana fees and things like that. And then finally, and this is a project that we've done with Communications, Public Works, and a few other departments. We're asking for a one-time $92,000 for a one-year contracted limited term accessibility coordinator. As you may know, there's a new state law that goes into effect in 2024, which essentially requires, I should say, all the different things that we post online to be readable and accessible by people who have different disabilities. So as we kind of got into this space, we realized that there's an incredible amount of work that needs to be done. Thanks to Lucia Magnuson and our communications team for doing an immense amount of studying on this. We did feel that a one-year position was probably the best way to go. There's also other needs specifically related to ADA coordination and things in public works that this position could play as well. In terms of revenue, we are basically proposing that we keep everything the same. However, we're proposing that we increase the annual marijuana license fee and application fee by $500 a year. City Clerk's Office did a study recently, and we're either kind of at par or a little bit below most other cities in the region. We feel that this is reasonable. It has not been increased in 8 years, I don't think. So this will be the first increase in 8 years, and it will generate $6,000 in revenue, which if council does approve the new licensing platform, that will be enough money for us. Basically, it'll be roughly cost neutral, maybe $500 a year to the budget as an ongoing expense. And then these are all staying the same. So these are all the fees that the city clerk's office charges for a variety of things related to liquor and marijuana. And then just looking forward, there's several things for us to consider. Of course, the strategic plan runs for another 3 years, scaling up of sustainability initiatives. One thing that's come up as we've discussed the Tri-Cities Homelessness Plan of Action is we're utilizing right now a lot of money from the federal government that will dry up at some point. So trying to build a model of financial sustainability for that. implementing the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Strategic Plan, which is will be coming to you probably sometime this early fall. And then, of course, the city center development and possible relocation, if it's approved by this body, of the Civic Center. And that's our presentation.
Thank you, Assistant City Manager Dodd. Any questions from council? Member Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to ask about the liquor and marijuana licensing software. That's, well, I guess the general, there's $92,000 or $80,000 one-time fee at $6,500 ongoing. How many licensees do we actually have for these in the city?
So for liquor, we're at about 105 licensees, and then for marijuana, some of our establishments have dual licenses. So I think we're about 8 licenses for marijuana.
Okay, so I'm just trying to do the kind of the cost benefit analysis here on doing a fairly large scale software implementation for.
Yes.
I don't know, that's a medium, but fairly, I mean, I think fairly small number. Have you kind of crunched the numbers on that and figured out if this is gonna pay off for the city in terms of time saved and those kind of things over a period
Yeah,
of
I think the
time?
biggest thing is that it's a very manual process. And a lot of that is because the state has stayed as a very manual process. And recently they have allowed for electronic submission, that type of thing. They've created a portal link, so now business owners can go in and pay them without having to do the paper check. Unfortunately, licensed liquor and marijuana is dual licensing, so they go through the state and then they go through the local agency. And so we've had to really, what we're looking to do is create some efficiencies for our business owners first and foremost. Right now, they have to mail things in or walk them down in with paper checks and that type of thing. So we're trying to really explore all of our options to understand what some of the licensing, how we could create a licensing process that was streamlined and more efficient, certainly first and foremost for all of these business owners and all the business owners we're going to be attracting with the growth of our city. So we are looking at all options. We looked at 2 current software that we already have with the city. This one seemed to make the most sense. It's our new IMS system that our building division uses. And we did a demo and we've asked them if they created kind of a separate module for us, what that would be. And this was it. And I do understand that I do recognize that it's steep, so.
And is the cost based on just the implementation process, or is it calculated based on how many license requests
Yeah, it's
for
not really
processing?
per licensing.
Okay.
Unfortunately, they're going to build out this module for us with what we need. Would include them clicking a link to pay their fees. So it's building out the new module is what my understanding of this one-time implementation. Obviously, they're building it out and then they're training and doing the support of it to roll it out. And then it's the annual maintenance fee that would fall under the IT maintenance of software budget.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Member Newnenkamp.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. My question is about the sustainability coordinator moving from 0.8 to 1 FTE. Can you just help me understand the history? I think that position was approved before I was on council. Why was that position not 1 FTE at the beginning?
Yeah, it's a great question, Member Newnenkamp. So it was approved last year, so 2022, this current cycle is the first year that it was part of the budget. And really, because it's really a belief set that we want to try things out, to pilot programs to see if they work and then scale them up, rather as opposed to kind of jumping in, 10 steps ahead. And so we were lucky to find a great candidate who was willing to do it at a 0.8 level. We think, throughout her work, and again, as this goes forward, I'll present more information in a later month on the work that she's accomplished and what 0.2 additional time will mean. But we really we wanted to scale it up. We didn't want to jump too far ahead of ourselves, and that's why.
Okay, thank you.
Member Woodward.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. On the marijuana and liquor licensing, you mentioned dual license. Is that marijuana and liquor, or is it medical and recreational marijuana?
It's all liquor licenses have to get licensed through the state as well as the local agency and marijuana licenses.
Okay. but it's not, do we actually have anybody that's selling liquor and marijuana?
Oh, sorry, it's not together. My point to the dual licensing is that they have to get, like, a liquor license would have to get licensed through the state as well as the city.
Okay,
That's
so
what I meant by
that's what
dual licensing.
okay,
Yes,
thank you.
correct. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Member Russell?
Thank you. I do have some questions on recognition of events. So in 2021, we were still on lockdown for part of that year, right?
Yes, I believe that the Arapahoe County and the state released their level, like their blue and orange levels, I want to say in like May of 2021.
Okay, and so it says we began hosting these events in 2021, so we obviously missed some during that time, correct? Was that already in the budget back then?
No, it wasn't budgeted, and we kind of did them. I don't know if Manager Lewis, do you want to add anything? But we basically did them as we were allowed. So as you remember, during that time period, the state and county kind of kept seesawing on COVID restrictions. So we were able to do some at different points. Some we tried to do virtually. We have a big one that we do every year that moved completely to be virtual for 2 years in a row. And then towards the end of 2021 that we did in the fall, we did, I think, a significant amount. I think that's when we started, I think in August or September of 2021 is when we started doing them on a monthly basis.
Okay, so, I mean, I just thought it was kind of strange this year that we have a couple of things that we're singling out instead of putting it in the general budget. I mean, I'm assuming that some of those things were included in your regular budget last year.
No, they weren't, but then we realized that we didn't have the money to cover kind of the programming that we wanted to do, and also the costs of food and things like that have gone up, and so the approach we're taking just globally to budgeting this year is anything that goes above levels from last year, we're bringing to you as a call out so that you can see what we're trying to increase, so that we're not hiding, but so we're not including things that we're not showing you that we're increasing. So this is a program that we piloted last year. I would call it a pilot. As you mentioned, there were many months where we couldn't do things in person. So we tried it out, realized that we didn't have the funding for it, and then wanted to try to request a small amount of money to make it a more formal program next year.
Okay, thank you for that. I mean, if council didn't approve this, would they go away?
We would either have to scale them back or just change the model of how we did them. So this really is for food for events, so we would potentially have to move them online or plan them in ways that are cost neutral.
Okay, thank you for that. And then I have, let's see, a couple of questions on the accessibility coordinator. So have we done a job description for this?
It has not been developed. I think there's been kind of a draft that, again, Lucia Magnuson in Communications kind of created a bulleted list of the things that we'd like this person to work on. So on the slide here, you kind of see the 6 kind of main things that this person would do. So we really hope that it would not be an ongoing need. There's a lot of work that would need to be done. It's kind of a bridge position. That's why it's in the city manager's office, because it really is part the city attorney's office, part communications, part IT, and part public works. But we think that there's a lot of work that needs to happen in the first year for us to be able to comply and to meet the law. We have been able to get some information from the state, but unfortunately there has not been really a whole lot of technical assistance or guidance about how to implement this. Lucia also did kind of a survey and study, and there are several other cities in the area that already have a position like this or are trying to build one. But it would really be, the hope, I think, is that this person would set up a structure so that one person in every department is trained on how to post materials online that meet the law. They're trained on knowing what to do and also trying to make sure that everything we have posted online right now is compliant. So we hope it's kind of a train the trainer model, so that over time existing staff will be able to do this in their departments.
My greatest concern is when you hire an employee for $92,000, they will find out how they can make that a permanent job. And so I think that's something that we need to consider also. I think that's all the questions I have right now. Thank you.
Member Woodward.
Coming back to the accessibility coordinator, when I saw that, I was wondering too, trying to find a person offering them a one-year job seems somewhat hard, I think. And I was wondering, okay, if that were to be contracted, and everybody's in the state is, or not everybody in the state, but others are looking at the same thing, right? I mean, isn't Littleton? And I'm wondering if we can partner up with somebody like that and do this on a contract. I mean, there's plenty of ADA and accessibility people out there that are contractual, whether they're up on the state of Colorado, HB 212110. I don't know.
Yeah, I remember where that's a great point. And so just again, to reiterate just how much time Lucia and others in communications put into researching this, we did look at other models. One of them was trying a regional approach. One was looking at contractual expenses. Kind of the group that was very involved in this felt that this was the best approach right now just because of the amount and volume of work. But certainly as the budget process goes forward, we're happy to take that back and we're happy to look at other options as well. I think the bottom line is the state is requiring us to do this and we need to figure out something. And this was the proposal that, you know, the group that worked on it kind of came up with, but we're certainly open to alternatives.
Okay, thank you.
Member Russell?
Thank you. So if the state is requiring us to do it, we probably will have a certain amount of time to come into compliance, correct?
Yes, I believe it's 2024 that we have to be compliant. I think our internal goal was to try to be compliant about a year or so before we have to be. One of the challenges with it is once it goes into law, people can go onto our website and if they find something that's not compliant, we can be fined pretty substantially. And so we wanted to give ourselves about a year to basically as a buffer to make sure everything was working with the process because the fines could really add up and create quite a few problems for the city.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your portion of the presentation tonight. City Attorney Niles, your turn for the City Attorney's Office report, and we were looking to limit these to 10 minutes each, but obviously some of these are going to go longer than others, so. City Attorney?
Yes, I can make mine pretty short, I think. Of course, here's the mission of our office and everything that we do. It's a lot of words there on the slide, so I'll let you read that at your convenience. Our organizational structure has not changed at all. We did have the intern that was funded last year, and that's been going really well. Strategic plan connection, we pretty much provide legal services to every aspect of the city and ensure legal compliance and explore best practices. Lots of words there too. I'll let you read that at your convenience. This is an easy slide. Analysis of outsourced services. There you go. Enhancement requests, none. Revenue proposal, we don't have any revenue. Future year considerations. So it was my goal for the budget to stay at our last year's budget plus inflation or below. So you will see when it actually comes for budget time, we have reorganized some of the money because after exactly a year in office, I've seen where we can realize some savings and where we needed to put more money. For example, I determined that our budget to pay outside prosecutors wasn't enough to cover the PTO that our prosecutor has. So I rearranged from our outside counsel budget and put it into the prosecutor budget for those purposes. Also, counsel had directed me to try to reduce usage of outside counsel. We have done that. We have an employment attorney on staff now, and she does many other things. So we have been able to largely eliminate that large line item in outside counsel and then use the outside counsel for things that I think are most appropriate, such as large projects or things in which we have a conflict of interest. So we've been able to accomplish that this year. Easy.
Thank you, City Attorney Niles. Any questions? Member Russell?
Thank you, City Attorney Niles. And so, are we, by rearranging everything, you're able to stay at last year's budget level?
It may increase a little bit due to inflation. For example, finance had already put in an anticipated increased salary benefits amount because we anticipate that will increase for inflation. But on the proposed budget that you will see as we get more final numbers, we've tried to keep that, our total budget number, to be about the same or up to the inflation number. But we have realized a lot of efficiencies, so we've just been able to reallocate as needed and keep the budget flat.
Great, thank you very much.
Seeing no other questions, City Attorney Niles, thank you very much. Up next, we have Municipal Court, and you're gonna have to remind me again of your name. Apologies. I'm sorry, what is it? Kenitha. And now
No.
you're gonna have to repeat it a third time.
I gotta repeat it a third time. Well, with a name like Kenitha, it needs to be repeated
There
because
you go.
it gets confused many times. So I'm Kenitha Julian. I'm the court administrator and doing the presentation tonight for Municipal Court. Our court mission to ensure justice for dignity for all. Our organizational structure hasn't changed from last year. Last year, you all did budget for our Community Justice Services Officer, which is our probation officer, also our Restorative Justice Program Manager, which continues to be within the court system, and then also our Court Resource Navigator we have, and so it's pretty much stayed the same. In reference to our strategic plan connection, as Ms. Niles said, there's a lot of words, so we'll let you read through those, but I did want to highlight two areas in which the court does support. One is safety. Whoops, sorry. One of the court's primary functions is to deter and punish crimes, as well as this helps define and enforce compliance with the law through public legal processes. And then also just highlighting that our community well-being, that we have two problem-solving solutions that increase public safety with our restorative justice programs and our court resource navigation. Our enhancement request is due to statutory changes. As of May 27th of this year, the legislature has mandated that municipal courts have bond hearings within 48 hours, which thus means that we would have weekend court. We are looking at various alternatives on how we can do that. So a guesstimate, if we had to have one hearing per weekend with the required personnel, such as a judge, a court specialist, and a court-appointed counsel, which is also statutorily required at those hearings, would roughly be about $25,000 to cover those hearings. Again, we are looking at various alternatives. Court administrators in Sheridan and Littleton and I are getting together to possibly talk about some pooling of resources. The one issue that we have here in Englewood is our charter does require that an Englewood municipal judge oversee our hearings. And so whether that be an associate judge or the presiding judge, that's one of the requirements that we would be looking at, that we would have to make sure that we're in compliance with that as well in these hearings. And as far as future considerations, we are looking at a jury management software. As we've progressed, many of our defendants do request jury trials. A lot of times they do get resolved prior to that process, but up until that time, there are some things that have to be considered and implemented, such as jury summonses and that type of thing. And so as Ms. Carlisle indicated in her offices, there's a lot of things that are very manual processes, and that doing those jury summons and doing all of that is a very manual process. And so looking at some of those efficiencies, but at this moment, we're really at the research avenues of that, looking at cost, return on investment, and those types of things in regards to those issues. And so I'm available for any questions you may have.
Ms. Julian, thank you very much for your presentation. Any questions? Member Woodward.
I have a question on that. If we need or could have a judge or associate judge for that, can that be one of the charter updates that we could look at, City Attorney Niles?
Yes, we could consider that in a charter update.
And that would take care of that problem then, right?
I would presume, I would leave that to legal counsel.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, Ms. Julian, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you all very much for your time.
And up next is Human Resources Department. Good evening, Mr. Weisky.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. My name is Sean Weisky. I'm the Human Resources Director, and I'll be doing the presentation for HR tonight. So the mission of the HR department is to exhibit dynamic leadership and strategic partnership with departmental leaders to plan and implement human capital solutions to the city's business goals by providing the entire gamut of the human resources suite of services. Our organizational structure, this is how I envision the department, is comprised of 3 areas: the HR business partners and operations. We have 4 of those individuals: benefits and leaves, and then the HR administration, where we have an HR director, department assistant, and an HR analyst. Strategic plan connection, similar to the city attorney's office, we touch every single aspect of the strategic outcome. We support every aspect of the strategic outcome by really providing recruiting, compensation, benefits, employee and labor relations support to make sure that we're able to reach those strategic outcomes with the various departments throughout the organization. Analysis of outsourced services. So HR has historically utilized 2 entities to facilitate the HSA, FSA, and the COBRA administration. And we also have actuarial services to do our retirement calculations. One new item is the class and comp study. The class and comp study was approved by council a few weeks ago. And this is a one-time expense that will be implemented throughout this year and finalized in March of 2023. Enhancement requests. So we have 3 enhancement requests totaling $166,000. The first one is a training platform. This would be something like LinkedIn Learning, Cornerstone, to be able to provide our employee workforce with a digital learning and training program. Right now, the city does not currently have a formalized training and development program. That's something that we are developing in its infancy right now, but best practices really would be an on-demand type of library, suite of classes that our employees can self-direct, educate, and really grow their skill set for the organization. We anticipate that that would be about a $45,000 annual cost. We've done some preliminary, gotten some preliminary estimates, and the estimates we've gotten have fallen around that price range. The second enhancement is for an HR operations manager. We currently have, as you saw in the previous slide, a part-time HR analyst position. I am envisioning incorporating that HR analyst position and the duties that that position currently is responsible for, and upgrading it to an HR manager position. The reason for that is that myself as the director, I currently have 8 direct reports with no supervisor or manager or deputy director in my department. So I am tasked every day with running the day-to-day operations of the HR department, and it would help to alleviate some of that for me so I can focus on the higher level strategic aspects of the HR department and really focus on moving the city forward. And I apologize. The estimated budget for that's about $65,000. That's added to the existing position right now of that HR analyst. And finally, the third one is an internship program. A few weeks ago, in a discussion with the leadership team, the leadership team thought that having a centralized internship program in the HR department that we manage every year would be the most efficient and effective way of having a robust internship program. The $66,000 would provide enough interns for 1 intern per department at $18 an hour for approximately 37 hours a week for about 10 weeks. So that's what that budget would be used for. Future year considerations, supporting strategic plans through 2025, developing and implementing a training development initiative. Aside from the digital training platform, we are looking at having an in-person program that's established as well with internal staff that are facilitating trainings, but obviously we need to have a more robust set of knowledge and so that we can expand our skill sets beyond what we currently know here in the city. Financial stability for labor union contracts is something to consider for the future. We're going to also be implementing diversity, equity, and inclusion strategic plan. That's something that my office and the DEI committee is working on. And then the implementation of the new class and comp system in March of 2023. So any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Weisky. Any questions for HR? I don't see any, Mr. Weisky. Thank you very much for your presentation tonight.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Member Russell, go ahead.
So how many full-time employees do we have in the city? Do you have any idea?
Estimate it's about 400. Estimate, give or take, at any particular time.
Okay, but we don't know how many we actually have. Does that mean there's 400 positions or there is 400 employees?
I don't have the exact number off the top of my head. I can certainly get that for you.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, if I could add to one thing in the HR presentation.
Sure.
Some of these, and we'll try to point this out whenever we see them coming through, on the enhancements have corresponding offsets. So for instance, the internship program, we have 4 general fund departments that have interns now. So those would be that funding would be taken out of their budgets and put into this new program. So that particular one, it's a little bit less in the aggregate, but we need to add that amount if we're going to move the internship program into HR.
Thank you, City Manager Lewis. One other question from Member Neunenkamp.
Yeah, it's actually a comment and a piece of feedback about the internship program. I just wanted to say that I'm happy to see it here. I've long been a proponent of us having interns in the city, encouraging young people to consider a career in public service. And with the way that it is to hire right now for careers in public service, I think this is a really smart strategy. I think one in every department is ambitious, but I'm happy to see some thoughtfulness around it here. So I appreciate seeing its inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, Mr. Weisky, thank you.
All right, thank you all.
Up next, we had Director Jackie Lowe with the Finance Department.
Good evening. The mission of Finance Department is to provide business partners and stakeholders with financial tools and technical support needed to be well-informed leaders and effective decision makers. We add value with accurate and insightful financial information, analysis, and solutions that promote optimal decision-making while maintaining fiscal integrity. The Finance Department, we have 4 divisions: Administration, Budget, Finance, Accounting, Revenue, Business Licensing, and Procurement. Each division has multiple functions. We want to thank Council's investment in Finance Department last year. We were able to hire a budget financial analyst. This person joined the city 2 months ago that will provide some bandwidth for the department. Currently, we still have 1 vacant position open in Revenue, Business Licensing, and 1 in Finance Accounting Department. In the Administration Budget Division, we prepare, attend, present to Council, and also various board committee meetings. We also present the operating budget to Council and 5-year capital improvement plan to Council. We also provide financial analysis for citywide decision making. For example, we provide costing for labor negotiation for 2 union contracts. We also provide financial analysis, what if analysis for that ballot question, the percent increase in sales tax and corresponding increase in sales tax revenue. The Finance Accounting Department, we have operational accounting, technical accounting. We have 8.75 full-time employee. I want to point out the capital financing, even we do not have a finance function, but the citywide capital financing responsibility falls on the city finance manager and me, but we do not accomplish all these financing projects alone. We have third-party consultants and the staff from other departments. When the staff in other departments become more financially savvy, and there's less burden on the finance staff. So I want to talk about operational accounting. That includes central cost sharing. Also, all the system implementation we are taking on, like e-court, licensing permit software, and utilities software, all fall on accounting supervisor position shoulder. The operational accounting also takes on internal audit function. For example, we are conducting citywide audit on P-card travel policy. So I would say finance team is very versatile. Each person's wearing multiple hats. That's how we obtain the efficiency. Also, while the finance manager during his spare time, he's also supporting risk management. He's maintaining the insurance renewal and the claim processing. With the revenue business licensing, you can see we have 4 different components. Under the revenue, we do tax fee collections and assessment. We also take on the tax compliance audits. For business licensing, we review the Title IV, Title V codes, also renew and approve the new licensing agreement. The only person that probably does not wear multiple hats in the finance department is the sales use tax auditor. Remember last year, one person brought in over 800,000 collections. I'm pleased to announce we are going to hire the second sales use tax auditor. This person will join the city on August 1st after 1.5 years search for this position. The procurement, we have 2 functions. One is solicitation, include like request for information, also contract administration. We also manage the P-card, and we just recently implement Amazon Business Account to obtain the economies of scale. You can see for the finance department, we support all the strategic outcomes, including financing, safety, infrastructure, and transportation. The only outsourced service we envisioning for 2023, this is just a adjustment above the 2022 baseline, which is 2022 budget minus a one-time request. We can see we probably need $40,000 for financial advisory services, mainly for financing. Think about 2023 GO bond for Parks and Rec. We need financial advisory services. We also need to think public engagement, including the public education. Usually when we do a revenue bond, the bond proceeds can pay for the advisory fees, but with GO bond, the service fees will come from finance department. And we will continue to outsource the year-end audit process. 2023, we had to implement a GASB new pronouncement for leasing. 2023, we don't expect such a change in guidelines. This is enhanced requests. There's no major programmatic change. We're just adding probably $40,000 for the financial advisory services, depending upon the financing activities the city will take on. For the revenue, our revenue and business licensing departments also assessing different kind of fees. We propose to increase the waste transfer surcharges for 0.5 cents to 60 cents. You can see the last time the city increased such a fee was in January 1st, 2012. We increased the tipping fees by 30 cents. So we're proposing to increase the fees by 10 cents in 2023. I want to focus on the future considerations. We're currently studying the impact of COVID on city finances and develop action plans. Remember this, it took city 4 years to bounce back from the 2008 financial recession. we're thinking we need at least 2 years or 2 or 3 years to right ship the operation, absorb the impact of COVID. And we also want to implement strategic procurement with different departments by seeking economies of scale. Think this way: how many models and makes our vehicle has? What if we can negotiate a very good contract with 1 or 2 vendors? We're going through the state bid process. We can really streamline the purchasing process. Think about the maintenance, think about the parts. We don't need to talk to 10 different vendors. So we like to look through the strategic sourcing with the city. Also, the finance department can diversify the different revenues and optimize the revenue sources, like increase in different fees or think about different taxing avenues. Lastly, we want to continue review and define the long-term citywide capital improvement plan. We're in the process developing a CIP policy for 3 to 5 years. We want to consider the impact on the capital acquisition, the new projects, and the ongoing programs, and what's the financial needs we have on the ongoing maintenance and replacement costs when we implement a new CIP. So in summary, the finance department can help the city to decrease operating costs or maintain the cost, increase the revenue, and optimize the revenue sources and plan for long-term planning. So if council invests in your finance department, I believe you'll get a huge rate of return. Thank you. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Director Lowe. Any questions? Member Russell.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. And so I've seen this in several places about the impact of COVID on city finances. How long did COVID really last? I mean, right now, we're experiencing massive inflation and we are about ready to go into a recession, if not a depression. So is that all included in COVID itself, or are we experiencing things from that we need to address, but also we're going to be experiencing other massive problems too?
Correct. Let me share the cycle. We just went through the unprecedented global pandemics. Then we are experiencing unprecedented citywide capital projects like the enterprise fund directors talk about. We're also experiencing unprecedented federal funding. No municipality have received such a federal funding in the history. So you can think all the unprecedented events. Now we are going to deal with potential recession, contraction, slowdown, or downturn, whatever term you choose. So this is a journey. That's why we feel we need to consider not only 2023 budget and also 2024, how long it would take the city to normalize our operations when we deal with so many unprecedented events.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, Director Lowe, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Up next, we have IT.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
Mayor. Jeremy King, Director of IT, and I am here to present to you IT, Information Technology Department. So the Information Technology, we empower users through collaboration and the use of innovative solutions. We consist of 3 divisions. We have the IT Business Services Division that actually each department, we partner with each department, and we have analysts involved in running their applications and ensuring that their applications are meeting the needs of each department. So, and the spatial data and analytics, that is more bringing all of this data together, trying to make better decisions, and our GIS services are in that division. And the IT and operations, well, everything else that we do. So if it plugs in, the network, the phone systems, you know, all the software security, cybersecurity, that's what handles that. The IT operations handles that. The IT operations basically has an operations manager, a senior systems administrator, 2 system administrators, a network administrator, desktop specialist, and a senior technical support specialist. The business services currently has a deputy IT director, IT business services supervisor, an IT business analyst, senior apps and project specialist, and senior HRIS analyst. And in the spatial data analytics, we have 2 GIS administrators. As you see, technology touches everything we do today, so we kind of have our hands in a little bit in supporting a lot of the strategic efforts out there. We just have 3 enhancement requests, so that total up to $890,448. We'll start for the first one. In spatial data analytics, in the last half of the 2021, we did a GIS strategic plan to figure out what we needed to do in the next 5 years for GIS. We went through each department, we asked questions, we analyzed all our questions and each department's needs, and we came up with this plan. And in this plan, it identified that we need to have some sort of manager in the spatial data analytics to actually run and execute this GIS strategic plan. So to help us get better, do better with data, and move forward and use all the data that we're actually collecting today. So that we figure with benefits is about $150,000. And of course, we'll need computer desks and an office. The next enhancement, software maintenance. So I know it's a big number. We're actually trying to really refine this of what we've got going on. For this year, we went through every piece of software, and over the last years of budgeting, all the ones that were contractually supposed to go up, we never budgeted for. So that's where you see your increases. And then we also found about $456,000 that other departments were paying for. So that's kind of like a budget move. And then we have some new software that we implemented that's going to require some new software maintenance on there. But there was $27,000 in savings because there was some software that we weren't using in there. So the increases show that's what's increased over the years that we didn't account for, and also basically that we didn't account for. And then 456 is for the moves from the departments, and 121,000 is all the new ones that were unaccounted for over the years. Communication. So Comcast, in 2017, our Comcast franchise agreement expired. And Comcast would not go back into renegotiations with the city without us taking one provision out of the Comcast franchise agreement. So in the last franchise agreement, there was this thing called the iNet service, which basically allowed us to utilize Comcast dark fiber in the city. So they also provided our city buildings with free one-way video service. So basically cable TV service. So in order for us to start the renegotiation process of the franchise agreement, we had to start paying for these services. So we had to convert everything that we were using over to business accounts and start paying for it. So what you see here is it's going to cost roughly about $80,000 a year to continue to use the Comcast services. That's video and utilizing their dark fiber for all of our communications in our city. What we were able to find in the current budget is to move some money around, so we're only asking about $60,000 because we're able to move some stuff around in our general operating budget. Revenue proposals. So in 2022, each year, we bill back the internal enterprise funds and this is just strictly software maintenance. And last year, SPR paid us $93,000 for theirs, but after actually really going through what they use, what they don't use, that's going to increase $117,000. And then utilities, we were never charging utilities for that, so next year we're going to start billing them back. I mean, these numbers aren't exact because we still have to go through some finite, but it's basically around the general area of where we're going to be charging them. So those numbers are going to be changing just a hair. Future considerations, I know this is something that I've talked about, is the fiber optic network construction. That's something that we should be considering and looking at. It is a big price tag. We are looking at other avenues that we can. There's some other grant sources that we're hoping that come available. A new phone system, our current phone system is at end of life. So that's another thing that's coming up. And then building access control, that's all your key cards. And we're looking at upgrading that system to be in compliance and add a little bit more security and have a lot more granularity in configuring the system. But that system's probably going to determine of what happens to the Civic Center. So we kind of want to see what's going on with that area. With that, is there any questions?
Thank you, Mr. King, for the presentation. Member Russell.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. On the Comcast, we have internal TV. Is it not feasible to use that for the council meetings and things like that? Are we actually using the TV service that Comcast is providing, that we're paying for?
So there's other places like the police department, they have Comcast services for their video, for their TVs, and they use, like if there's an emergency, they would turn on the news, all the news channels, just so they can see what's happening. We do have we do have a couple upstairs here that we use for that same thing. The rec center, they use it for the citizens, with the customers that come in, and they're using their bikes, and the Malley Center has a Comcast, so it's throughout the whole city, and they're all used differently.
So the bottom line is television.
It's television, yes.
Okay.
Cable access, yes.
Okay, and thank you. Then my other question deals with the software maintenance. So is each department paying for their own software expenses, or is it all going to be moved to IT and we're increasing the budget by that much money?
The idea is if in the funds, it would be moved into IT in one area. So we have to have an account for every piece of software that's out there in the system. It's good security practice to inventory your assets. But also going forward, we want to know throughout the whole city, we want to have an inventory of where our data is at and what are we using. So if we know what we're using, we can see where are we duplicating efforts? Can we save money by consolidating these systems? Or why are we doing this? Or this system is doing one thing that this system can do. So we really have to find out a full inventory of all of our software that we're paying for.
Right, and I appreciate that. I think that's wise. But my question is, all of the different departments in the city that we're paying for it in their budget, are they going to put that money back in the budget? I guess what I'm asking is, so I don't know what department to pick. Let's say the building department, and part of this is theirs. So in their budget, they were already providing for that.
No, those actually been taken out of those other departments' budgets and put into IT.
Okay.
So like you see one line item there that we say, the move, the 456,000. So that's departments that's already they're paying for in their budget that needs to move to IT.
Okay, but they're moving it out of their budget into IT.
That is correct.
So it's not going to be in the budget twice.
That is correct. That's
Okay.
what we're trying to avoid.
Okay.
And we're actually really good. So we're not duplicating efforts. So like the police department, we've worked with the police department and removed, duplicating efforts. Like they budget for something, then we budget for it, but there's only one bill. So we've really worked together in the past, I want to say year and a half, to try to really get that down.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Nudenkamp.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I have a question about the data and analytics manager request. Can you walk me through a little bit more about the strategic plan that you put together for GIS? And if this position were not to be added to the department, what would the impact on the other departments who are part of the strategic plan? What impact would they have? And would you be able to execute any part of the plan without a new FTE? Help walk us through that.
So the GIS strategic plan covered a lot of areas in going through. So like governance for one, the data center, the databases that all the data is housed, all the data that's out there to bring all that data together so it can be analyzed. It went into procedures, SOPs, and everything that the departments wanted. It also included the software that's going to be needed to implement this GIS plan, and also looked at over 5 years what the hardware is going to look like, and what type of training, type of training that we would need. So that's as thinking about this, there's a lot of areas that the other departments wanted, to see more of, like mobility, probably, making their jobs easier out there. How are they going to access this data, or making decisions better? So that's what went on with that. If this wasn't planned, if this wasn't executed, it will delay the execution of this, and we won't be able to really focus on those areas that we need to. So like governance, we won't be able to focus on standardization, or focus on, policies and procedures, and the performance of the strategic plan. How well are we doing? It'd be more of an ad hoc thing. Hey, can I have this today? And I want it done in a couple days. There's no vision to the department if we didn't execute this strategic plan. Did that answer your question?
Yep, thank you.
Member Woodward.
Thank you. Question on the building access control system for future years
Yes.
consideration. You said to be in compliance. My question is, be in compliance with what? And are we in compliance with whatever right now?
I shouldn't say compliance, probably was the wrong word for me to say, but there's some vulnerabilities in the system that need to be addressed, and it's also an outsourced system. So another company actually, it's like a software as a service model that they're doing. So another company has access to that we can't get proper logs out of it. There's just a lot of things that we can't do with the system that really we need to look at a new system.
So basically upgrade to
yes.
Something.
Yeah, it's something that will meet our needs, integrated into our security cameras, taking shots of people's faces when they walk into a door.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, Mr. King, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Up next, I believe is Mr. Power, since I see him out of the corner of my eye. With Community Development. Good evening, Mr. Power.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. I will apologize at the outset for my voice. It seems like this annual budget presentation always coincides with the height of my seasonal allergies, so I'll apologize in advance. Community Development Department. Our department overview, in a nutshell, what I would say, our fundamental mission is to implement the policies, programs, and services that shape the built environment in Englewood. Our organizational structure is divided into 5 functional areas. You can see over the course of these 2 slides what those functions are. In total, we total 17 full-time employees in the department. Much like the other departments that have presented tonight, we do touch on every aspect of the strategic plan and the strategic outcomes across the board in terms of the services and programs that we provide in those areas specifically. Our analysis of outsourced programs and services for 2023 are touching on 5 areas. First would be specialized consulting assistance related to building plan reviews. I think you're familiar with that through the supplemental requests you granted to us earlier this year for plan reviews in a very busy construction environment. Next would be specialized legal and financial consulting related to the implementation of the redevelopment of the city center area. The completion of Code Next is another area that we would be outsourcing to finish that up in the first quarter of next year. Also implementation of our strategic economic development strategic plan, which is underway as we speak, and software enhancements that were I apologize for the duplication here. This budget item might be incorporated already into the IT department budget based on what Mr. King just had to say. You can see we have a fairly extensive and ambitious list of enhancement requests. These are the summary of those requests. And I will review each one of them individually. First would be we are requesting a building inspector position. This would be a fourth building inspector. Our 3 building inspectors in terms of the FTE count have been in place for a couple of decades now. So we would add a building inspector due to the increased demands in the construction environment and also the changing nature of the construction in Englewood. We're doing a lot more multifamily projects than we have done in the past. That requires more time and commitment in inspection activities at any one project. So that's the basis for that request. That's both the $110,000 for the salary and then some additional funds for both vehicle and technology. The second, I will not belabor this. This would provide online additional capacity for online permitting system in both building and planning for submittals and payments and routing for our IMS system. If the building codes for the 2021 cycle are adopted by the City Council later this year, we would be required to fund additional one-time expenses for building code books associated with that change. I mentioned a minute ago the ongoing redevelopment of City Center is turning out to be a multi-year project of increasingly complex negotiations. This would be for our outside legal services next year to hopefully get us across the finish line for both the negotiations and the agreements that would be necessary for that project. The same would apply for the financial services consulting that we are employing and have been for the last year and a half or so to get us in place to have you consider the potential for some public-private financing, public-private partnership financing related to the City Center project. Our Economic Development Strategic Plan, we would like to set aside some funding for any implementation measures that are recommended based on the outcome of that strategic planning effort that will be wrapped up this fall, either to our existing programs or to create new programs. Can't identify those yet because we're still doing the analysis throughout the strategic planning process. We would like to do community outreach in terms of mailings and other things that we could provide to the community so that there is a good exchange of information on several key projects that are both ongoing this year and will be also into 2023. One of the things specifically we'd like to do is the possibility of doing a comprehensive plan update in 2023 following the conclusion of the Code Next project. That would be an interim update. It would be entirely done internally by our staff. The trolley has a couple of items. The first is for the operations in 2023. We recently heard from MV Transportation, our operator, that they would need a 17.5% increase for next year. That's almost entirely due to labor issues relative to finding and maintaining their driver base. The other thing that we want to do is consult with an outside group and hopefully partner with the Downtown Development Authority, possibly other partners, to look at the long-term strategic operations of either the trolley or some alternative transportation mechanism that could service the central part of the city. And so we would propose some funds to take a look at some strategic development around transportation in the core of the city as well. Memberships and dues, this is somewhat of an inflationary reaction for an increase for some of the organizations throughout the department for which our staff belongs, so increased memberships. Training, this would be specifically related to training for that new building inspector. They were required annual training, so that would be an ongoing expense as well. And then finally, again, in the inflationary environment, we have some increases across the board for some of the services that we purchase throughout the year in the department. We do not have any revenue or fees proposed, and that's because we've been operating on about a 2-year cycle in terms of our fee structures, and we just implemented our new fees on both planning and building sides of the house January 1st of this year. As Mr. Dodd mentioned earlier at the beginning of the meeting, we also draw your attention to future year considerations around specifically for our department, the city center redevelopment and the possible relocation of this building. That's obviously a multi-year and very complex project that will extend well into 2023. So with that, I'd be happy to take your questions.
Mr. Power, thank you so much. Any questions from council? Don't see any, Mr. Power.
Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Up next, we have Parks and Recs, so Director Underhill. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Christina Underhill with the Director of Parks, Recreation, Library, and Golf. And our purpose is to bring people together to play, learn, and live well. We have 4 main divisions in Parks, Recreation, Library, and Golf, but that's actually broken down into 9 divisions, including Administration, Aquatics, the Malian Recreation Center, and Events with just over 60 FTEs. You can see how it lays out within our department. As far as the strategic plan is concerned, we're involved in all of the outcomes, but I've highlighted the 4 that we're most involved with neighborhoods, safety, sustainability, and the big one, the newest one, community well-being. We've analyzed some areas we might be able to outsource, and Parks was the one that we really took a deep dive into, looking at media maintenance and our flower program to see if we were to bring that in-house, could we have any cost savings for the city? And once we did an analysis of how many employees we'd actually need with a vehicle and supplies, it came out to be actually outsourcing was saving the city the most money versus coming in-house at this time for those programs. So at this time, the median maintenance and the flowers will stay under a contract, and that could change in the future too. So we'll continue to watch items like that to see if there's any cost savings. One I did want to bring attention to was our library. In 2001, we had an outsourced security company, and we brought that in-house in 2022, and that has really paid off. It might cost the city a little bit more money than contracting, but ultimately we have consistency in our security. We have a personnel that is on scene, on site, almost daily, minus a couple days off. And that's really helped I think the feeling of security and safety in our library, and then also the partnership with our police department has also improved because of that personnel on board. And so we'll continue as a department to look at areas that we can either outsource or possibly bring in-house if there's any cost savings. So we have quite a few of enhancements overall for the department. It's just under $865,000 we're looking at adding, and most of that is related to positions. So about $657,000 is related to new position requests or increasing hourly wages. $207,000, just a little under $208,000 is increases for inflationary costs that are occurring in operations and maintenance. So for our Parks Division, the first item is kind of a pilot this year, which is a Parks Beautification crew. We have 2 individuals who are serving on that crew, and we'd like to make that an ongoing position within the Parks Department. So it'd be converting 4 seasonals to 2 part-time employees that would help out the city in various projects. Right now they're addressing a lot of weed issues in our right-of-ways and medians, and painting of handrails, and just beautifying different areas that are brought to the attention or that they discover on their own. The next 4 items are inflationary related, so park fuels, the lubricants that they use, chemicals, water use charges, and R&M. We learned that trash bags are going up by 45%, which may not be significant to some people, but we use a lot of trash bags in our parks. And oddly enough, that's going up 45% this next year, which is around $11,000 for the city. Also, another item in our surf vehicle maintenance, we have 64 different units that are maintained by city fleet, and that is going up $128,000, about $2,000 per vehicle. Pirates Cove has a variety of enhancements as well. One, they would like to add in a aquatics coordinator position to assist in recruiting, onboarding, training, management of the seasonal staff at Pirates Cove. The next 2 are inflationary related. Both chemicals and food increased costs are going up as well for our concessions. And then we also want to increase the wages for our part-time and seasonal staff. one thing that we've been dealing with this year is just hiring and retaining staff. And we've had to increase the hourly wage rate this year to try to recruit those. And Pirates Cove has done a great job in recruiting. We have over 93 lifeguards, typically we're around 100. Our challenges this year have been lifeguards not necessarily wanting to work the hours they're assigned. And so we're hoping if we increase the hourly rate, that may help with individuals that are hired wanting to work their full shift. As far as aquatics, the aquatics division at the recreation center, they're looking to add in an aquatics coordinator as well at the center there to help with nights, weekends, having full-time staff present, as well as the training and onboarding of new personnel in aquatics. We are also looking at a 5% increase with our part-time wages for the recreation center and cost of living increases for those staff to remain competitive with other agencies in the area. And then a fitness coordinator is being requested by the recreation center. This actually would reduce some of our costs by $8,000 for the part-time wages that we currently pay, but making this person full-time could actually bring additional revenue in and only cost the city an additional $44,000 for that salary. And then one area that we haven't been great at budgeting in the past, but we've been charged for is training. There are trainings like cybersecurity, harassment training, FEMA training that our staff all the way to the part-time level have had to participate in. And it wasn't always budgeted for. So this $13,000 would increase that training budget to ensure we can pay our part-time staff to be trained. And then lastly, for the recreation is a seasonal event assistant. This would be $9,000 annually. It's a part-time position that would help with a lot of logistics, the setup, takedown, being on site for the events to make sure that they support the hours needed to host those events at the various sites. There's only one request from the library, and that's to add 2 full-time lead positions to help with the daily operations, including staff oversight, the different operations of the library, the circulation, and making sure that nights and weekends are also covered at the library by full-time staff. For the golf division, we have a handful of requests. Many are just related to inflationary increases for fuel, lubricants, chemicals, operating supplies like seed and fertilizer. And so that's the first few that we have on here, equaling about $58,000 total for increase at the golf course for inflationary charges, and then also increasing golf wages for our part-time staff. We increased this year, we were at like $14 an hour, we're up to $15, $16 an hour. This wage increase would get our part-time staff to $17 to $18 an hour, which is a little bit more competitive with other courses in the area. And this $37,000 request is a one-time request. It may be extended multiple years. There's a lot of aging to the building and the golf course itself that need to be addressed, like painting the outside or giving it a new facelift for the clubhouse. As far as revenue proposal is concerned at this time, raising the rates for our summer camp from $228 per week to $238 per week. Excursions, upping that about a 5% increase for the various trips that the Malley Center goes on, and that's due to a fuel cost increase as well as staffing. Field rental rates are gonna increase by 5%. No change to the Malley Social Pass or the Recreation Center fees, but also increasing our general fitness classes. And then for the golf course, we're looking at raising rates just $1 to $2. It's something that we've done annually, and we'd like to continue to do that to increase the revenue coming into the golf course to sustain some of the programs we're doing on the capital side, as well as addressing many of the increase in wages and inflationary costs that we see annually. So as far as future year considerations, we have the 2023 Parks and Recreation Bond Initiative that's we're planning for now through a master plan update, and we'll bring those plans to you later this year to share with you all. Renovations to the Inglewood Recreation Center occurring this year and next, park renovation improvements, funded through grants and bonds. We recently applied for a grant at Bates Logan Park to make some improvements there. Median improvements throughout the city, possible relocation of the public library with the city center redevelopment, and then renovations to the golf clubhouse and infrastructure there at the golf course. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director. Any questions? Member Russell?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. So is the golf course an enterprise fund?
Yes, it is.
And so all of these increases should be covered by increased fees, correct?
Yes.
Okay, other than, I mean, I know Pirates Cove is not, but, and I don't know, are any of the other?
The golf course, as far as my department is concerned, is the only enterprise fund.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions from council? Seeing none, thank you, Director Underhill.
Thank you very much.
And moving on next to Communications Department. Good evening, Mr. Hargith.
Good evening, Council. I'm here to present the Communications Department budget overview. And I'll give you a moment to read this slide, the Communications Department mission. Our organizational structure, we're comprised of 5 full-time positions and the Neighborhood Resources Division. And this is how we support the strategic plan. Neighborhoods, again, with the Neighborhood Resources Division, we promote just about everything that happens in the city. So that's really our primary connection to the strategic plan. With governance, of course, it's the city's website. And I'll give you a moment to look at this slide. These are the primary things we outsource along with costs to provide internally. And really anything that, if we were to provide these services internally, would likely require a full-time position. Our enhancement requests, I'll let you take a quick look at these and I'll get into more detail with subsequent slides here. So our first enhancement request is with the Neighborhood Resources Program. We're requesting $10,000. This money would be used for additional grants, growing and improving the Neighborhood Nights events. Enhancement number 2 is for the city's website. We're requesting $5,000. There's currently no line item for web maintenance, and this would be used for kind of unforeseen maintenance needs that come up from time to time. And enhancement number 3, we're proposing to move the marketing position from Parks, Recreation, Library, and Golf into Communications. You'd see the budget of $92,000 would actually be, you know, that's for the communications budget. That would actually be about $60,000 because $32,000 of that would move from Parks, Recreation, and Library into the Communications Department. We're looking to centralize our communication processes and meet the rising demand for our service requests in communications. Since March of this year, we've had 218 requests for service and communications, and more than half of those requests are Parks, Recreation, Library, and Golf. And that's overall requests since March of last year have risen from 91 to 213 in our department. Enhancement number 4 is the Inglewood Magazine. We're requesting a one-time cost of $2,500 to redesign the magazine, which hasn't happened since the magazine debuted in 2017. And we're requesting ongoing production costs of $8,000 per year. The magazine has costs to produce a magazine have also not risen since 2017, and those costs are rising for 2023. Future considerations for our department, obviously, strategic plan projects through 2025, a robust wayfinding and placemaking program, continued implementation of our community engagement plan and our strategic communications plan, continue to grow the neighborhood resources program. The rising cost of paper has obviously been a huge consideration for our department. As Deputy City Manager Dodd mentioned earlier, becoming ADA compliant with regards to House Bill 21-110, and we'll continue to monitor digital technology and best trends and practices. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hargith. Member Russell.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. So is it currently costing $48,500 to produce the Inglewood Citizen magazine?
Not currently, but that's what we're projecting it would rise to.
Okay, so what currently is it?
So it's $9,500 per year. I'm sorry, per issue to produce it.
And there's 4 issues.
There's 4 issues, correct?
And does that include, that's just to produce it? That doesn't cover postage?
Or
correct?
printing, it does not.
Okay, so do you have any idea overall what everything costs to produce the magazine and deliver it for a year?
You know, I always look at the magazine as, you know, for the city, it costs about $2 per address, meaning every resident and every business in the city. And there's 18,000 residents, 18,000 addresses that we send the magazine to.
Okay. All right, that helps. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from council? Seeing none, Mr. Hargith, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, council.
And Director Lowe, I think we're back to you to talk about capital improvements.
Yeah, thank you. Probably. While we're locating the matrix, I just want to summarize our approach for the 2023 budget process. The staff is presenting to council their request. We are going to build up to the appropriate level service that is aligned with the strategic outcomes. And we need a council's help to prioritize the budget request based on your strategic goals. And city manager's office and finance department will help optimize the financial resources for the citizens. The problems in our community do not change, but the priorities do. So the 2023 budget is ultimately a reflection of the council's priorities. So we reviewed the CIP Capital Improvement Plan matrix last week, and Public Works Director Deandra answered council members' question about the need for the Capital Improvement Fund and Project Improvement Fund and Capital Improvement Fund. Currently, we have $8,650,000 to allocate, but the staff recommendation exceeds probably 10 million. We still need to cut 1.5 million. So just want to go over the list very quickly with council and see if you have any questions related to IT, Parks and Rec, and Public Works. We also list all the capital projects from enterprise funds. Every capital project is tier 1 for enterprise funds. Any question?
Member Russell, do you have a question? No?
I just forgot to turn it
question.
off.
Yeah, that's fine. Don't think there's any questions from council on this one.
And not only questions, Mayor, but also any direction to staff with regard to priorities that we could whittle this down a bit with your assistance?
So I am trying to get to that, I think it's 164 that I'm on. Let me see here. Dartmouth Reconstruction.
164.
Yes, it is. Okay. So is there any, actually, I'll open it up with Member Newton-Camp. See, your hand is up.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I have a question for Parks, Recreation, Library, and Golf. And I know that I asked about this when you gave the first presentation on your requests several weeks ago, but it's about the feasibility study for the single entry on the east side of the library. Can you just walk us through again the purpose of this request, why you want to move to one entrance, and why it's a new entrance and not one of the existing?
That's a great question. And so that was discussed as part of the septet analysis and talking to police and other individuals related to safety. And having two entrances causes our security and library staff to always be watching various directions. If we had one single entrance, they'd only really not only be focusing on the library itself, but what's going on and who's entering that one entrance and exiting that one entrance. So it's a little bit of a challenge now having two different entry points and keeping track of everybody coming and going.
And just so I'm clear, why is it to add one on the east side of the building instead of keeping one of the existing that we have? Or right? Is that correct? It's adding
That's
a new one.
correct. That was the thought because of some of the challenges we've had in the north and south lobbies. And having it in the middle on the east side from an entry standpoint, if somebody parks in the circle or parks in the garage, it's halfway in between. And so they wouldn't have to walk all the way around the building to enter on the north side if they park south. That's what the feasibility study would look at too, as far as what makes the most sense, where to put this, what's the cost going to be. It could be very expensive to do that. And then we would look further into a single entry either on the north or south side if needed.
Thank you. That answers my question.
Thanks.
Member Woodward.
Yes, on Parks and Recreation Library again, and that exit, does one exit meet code? I mean,
That's part of the feasibility study to make sure we're doing this properly. The thought would be the current entry points, exit points on north and south would become emergency exits. So we wouldn't close them off completely, but they would be emergency exit if there was a fire or emergency to run.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Member Russell.
Thank you. And along those same lines, so if it's on the north or the south side,
Parking.
the parking structure, oh, we're talking about the east side though. So the east side would be where? Halfway between the parking lot and the front circle on the south side of the building or on the...
It would be actually in the middle. There's some glass windows that exist currently that could be removed, and that becomes an entry point where those glass windows exist. It's almost halfway between north and south.
And so then the desk would have to be moved also, correct?
That is correct. There would be some rearranging of how the computers are set up, the public computers, and some desk areas as well.
And so if we do the feasibility study, I mean, I guess what I'm concerned about somewhat is safety for the patrons on the outside of the building. Where you don't have direct access either from parking in the front or parking in the back. So, all right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That's a good point. We'll make sure we include that in the study.
So Director Lowe, I do have a couple of suggestions or at least comments that I want to make. Is Director DeAndre online or?
Sorry, she's not. She's
not.
off.
I could just make comments and obviously we can discuss it at a later time. But two things that caught my attention were one, the pavement maintenance. I want to say that last year we did do $2 million additional to get us to about 3.6 million. Or 3.3, 3.6, somewhere along those lines. And part of it was the fact that we got an additional $2 million from ARPA. So normally we spend about 1.5, 1.6 millions on pavement. So this year we're saying 3 million. And I'm noticing that planning and zoning recommended that we go back down to 1.5 million. Obviously, part of the issue there is the fact that when we did that OCI study, we said that our current OCI rating is 59. And in order to keep it at 59, we had to put $3.3 million towards the annual budget for maintenance. So if we go down to 1.5 million or even 3 million, we're gonna let our streets deteriorate even more. And obviously that's part of the reason why we're asking for potentially a sales tax increase. So that's one comment. Two, I really want to see us keep the Old Hampton complete streets in this. I feel the improvements that are needed along Old Hampton, and especially with all the development that's happening there and all the restaurants and things that are going in on Old Hampton, I really want to see us do something from Broadway to Lafayette. So I find that very important. Like you said, there's so many priorities here that we need to do as a city. I can see even though it hurts me to say this, I can see the reasoning that planning and zoning made to bring the pavement maintenance down to 1.5. I'm not sure if we would want to go down that low, but without seeing anything else that I want to cut here, I can see us making a cut there, and depending on what happens later on tonight, but I can see the reasoning behind that because I can't really figure out where else to get that chunk of money from this budget to get us down to 8.6 million. So those are just my thoughts.
thank
Member
you.
Noonan, I'm sorry.
Oh, thank you for your comment.
Member Noonan Camp, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. I have another question about the fiber network. This is with IT, and I did get a council request back on this week. So thank you guys so much for doing that. But I do see, obviously, Director King, you've mentioned in your presentation to us this evening that this is a large and ongoing investment, and the information that was provided in the council request helped give me a fuller understanding of the need for this in the city. My question is twofold. One, I see a $1 million ask here as a tier 1 project, and that some of the boards and commissions have lowered that to 500,000. And I'm curious what you think the impact of that reduction would be. And then also, if the city center redevelopment does take place, how would that potentially impact this project?
So all it does is just says that we can't do as much on the plan. We won't be able to implement as much. It just will delay the project, just, move it back and move it back and move it back, which is understandable. It's a big chunk to do, and $1 million each year is a big chunk to do. I mean, we want to get to a point, but I think we need to really focus and do as much as we can to get that done. If the civic center redevelopment happens, we would have to relook at the plans, see what we have in the ground, if we have to relocate things. It just depends on what the plans look like of how we would address what's happening there. It doesn't, wherever, let's say, the civic center moves, it doesn't impact us a whole lot on the plans. I mean, just depending on where, the civic center will reside and how we would get there with the fiber. So that would have an impact on budget. It really depends on what the plans are and how we get there and where the fiber's at currently in the ground.
I understand that we have the plan and kind of the projected cost of that. This would be the first investment towards that plan, correct?
The civic center?
No, this line item.
Which, for the fiber project, so we haven't gone back to do an RFP because later on this year we'll be bringing back to council the RFP and a contractor. We're going to be putting something out on the road, and with the departments, we're all going to come together and figure out what those priorities are. Right now, one of the biggest priorities is the police department because they don't have a redundant connection back here, and there's also another one at Pirates Cove that there could be some potential stuff going on over there in that street that we might have to move some connections to, like the Allen plant or something of that nature. So those are the biggest two priorities, but when these departments come together, then we'll know exactly where we can go with the chunk of money that we have to spend.
Okay, so the investments could be prioritized in places besides Civic Center where it wouldn't be impacted by potential changes there. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
Members of council, any other direction for staff regarding where we are with capital projects? Member Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to mention the fiber network as well. To me, if I'm choosing between, street maintenance and expanding our fiber network, I'd stick with the streets over that. I'd love to see our fiber network move forward, but that's one that I would be comfortable this year cutting back on significantly, even though it does set our plan back, and I understand the significance of it. But that's one I just wanted to weigh in on. I'd be happy to see if something needs to be cut, which it looks like it does. That would be a place that I'd be comfortable.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And Director Lowe, the way that I've been looking at it, and I'm not sure, because there's the column requested project cost, so that's that's the 15 million. But I've been really looking from the city staff perspective, where we're starting at 1.5 million over projected funds. So I'm not sure how people look at this, but that's where I've been looking at. But obviously, the $500,000 cut from fiber network, if we were to move in that direction, still leaves us about $1 million short. So.
Yeah. Another thing probably for council to consider is, for example, one capital project will cost 1 million this year, but 14 million next year. Is it worth to spend 1 million and next year we don't have 14 million or only found 500,000? So that's one factor for council to consider. Another thing is, do we want to invest in some projects in backlog? It's just we have to do something, or do we want to invest in some projects that will prevent us from incurring more operating maintenance costs? So there's an opportunity cost. What's the way we optimize our limited resources? Just two more things for council to consider.
Thank you, Director Lowe. Any other feedback from council? Member Russell.
Thank you. I actually like the third option that you just shared, that why spend the $1 million now if we're not going to have the 14 million next year? And so I think that's something that we probably should consider. And I think the Budget Advisory Committee was thinking along those lines also, in committing funds when we already have so many ongoing expenses. There'll be no way that we can come up with that money the next year. So I think there's wisdom in that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Anderson?
Yeah, I wanted to weigh in on the Old Hamden Complete Streets, which is a project I really like. I love complete streets in general, but this is a high dollar item. Is there, I'm trying to remember the background on that. It seemed like maybe there was a matching grant associated with this project.
Yes, that's correct.
And were we awarded that grant?
We haven't been awarded, but we have received concurrence from CDOT and RTD, which does strengthen our application to DRCOG, who provides that funding. It's actually federal funding that goes through DRCOG, the Denver Regional Council of Governments. So we are awaiting that. We should know that, I believe, in August.
And what is the condition of that street? If it wasn't going to be done, does it need maintenance work just to keep it as is, or is it in decent shape at this point?
Yeah, thanks for the question. The street is in need of street repair. It's overdue for reconstruction. The other thing about that particular segment is that our utilities in that, both stormwater, water, and sewer, are all in need of replacement. So it makes a lot of sense to do all street plus utilities all at the same time. Mm-hmm. And in addition, we did get a planning grant through the DDA, Inglewood Downtown Development Authority, to, I think, do the planning for that. So I believe our contractor who's working on that is being funded in part by EDDA, a partnership grant between Public Works and EDDA.
And that's another question here is, since the DDA is currently absorbing some new funds from this particular area in the sales tax and I believe property tax TIF that have both been initiated here, is there some case to be made that this project could be funded from DDA funds?
That's a great point, and I think the answer is yes. I don't know, I haven't personally had extensive conversations with the DDA board about that, but there are several things that you're seeing in your budget tonight between flower pots and medians, which part of that is in the DDA. You've seen this project, and a few, and Little Dry Creek, which you'll see in a budget amendment coming up, all of those improvements. All of those could be funded in part or in whole by the Inglewood Downtown Development Authority. But, and if council would like for us to explore that, we can start those conversations.
For one, I don't know how the rest of council feels about this, but I know this particular area, there was a massive, I believe it was a use tax increase that would have gone back to our general fund, but was absorbed by the TIF or the DDA. And it seems like a lot for us to invest 1.2 million when our revenue maybe would have been $1 million more in that particular area because of some construction there, that we're subsidizing this from other areas of the city when the rest of that money is going into the DDA TIF. So I'd like to see that conversation happen.
Thank you for that direction. And one thing to keep in mind is that the revenues aren't quite to that level that you described, but they certainly are getting there in the next 5 years. And so I think when we talk to the EDDA about bonding, I think these types of projects are the perfect recipient. A greatly enhanced Little Dry Creek Plaza, a greatly enhanced Old Hamden corridor. All of those things are absolutely within the wheelhouse of EDDA, so we'll be glad to have that conversation.
Any other comments, direction from council? Director Lowe, do you have enough from what we stated, or do you want more input from council? I see it light. Member Woodward?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention too, on the Hampton streetscapes and improvements there, I think, I'd like to see the project go too. However, I do think EDDAs should be talked to about the use tax, because with Swedish opening up, there's going to be huge use tax coming in from that for equipment and that sort of thing. So I think there's some real opportunity there to partner with them on at least some of that. Opinion.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Member Russell?
Thank you. And I agree with Councilmember Anderson and Councilmember Woodward on that. The one thing I do want to make sure, it's not really been talked about this, at least on council, the Dartmouth Avenue reconstruction west of Santa Fe, it's $1 million. I really want to see that done in conjunction with the bridge, because that road is really bad down there. So I want to make sure that we don't cut that.
Member Woodward?
Yeah, I want to, support that idea on Dartmouth also. Not only the bridge, but we were talking about the bridge back in 2012 or 2013 when I was on council at that time with concerns about it. Now I've heard that, well, it's safe and all this stuff, but just driving over it is a real experience. And I know lots of people drive over that every single day, so I am supportive of that comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Anyone else? I guess the other thing that just based off the feedback, I would be fine with the fiber network being postponed a year based on where we're at. Again, it still leaves us $1 million short. I know that we talk about Old Hampton and EDDA picking up some of the costs. I know that their revenues, or at least for this year, was less than $1 million. I'd like to see this project get done. If it has to be in conjunction with EDDA, I'm fine with that, but I want to see this get done as well. So,
Okay.
Director Lowe I'm sorry, go ahead, Member Anderson.
Well, on the complete streets, I know there was some discussion of Broadway reconstruction south of Hamden. Is that another? That's not on this list, but where is that in the discussion process?
That's a great question. Yes, we are submitting 2 projects for federal funding through Dr. Cog. One is Old Hamden Complete Streets, one is South Broadway Complete Streets, which would be Hamden back to Bellevue. I talked to Director DeAndre, who is on vacation this week, and I cannot remember where that match is slated to come from, but I know she has a plan for that. I apologize that we don't have that, but I can find that out.
And we don't know if that would be for 2023. It's not on this list right now, but it's not a Is it on the same time, a similar timeline as Old Hampton?
It is. So we would, if we get both of those federal grants, they would both start in 2023. Assuming we could get final design done by 2023.
So that, to me, that brings up another issue is if we're going to consider doing, if we have to choose between one or the other of those projects, to me, safety issues along Broadway probably outweigh the safety issues along Old Hampton. So I don't know where we would weigh that exactly along the line, but I'd like to have that discussion too, because we've, like I said before, we've had those 2 deaths along Broadway, and I'd like to see us, complete streets could really improve the safety of a street like Broadway especially.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Director Lowe?
So if I hear, thank you for your strategic directive. So if I hear you correctly, it seems like you all gave us, the staff, your priorities, except the pavement. We haven't decided what 3 million or 1.5 million, that's one area. The other is their matching grant project for Broadway and Hampton. We want to learn more, and also EDDA. So my proposal is to create another column by council directive, including your priorities, and list some questions below, like, do you want to spend 3 million on pavement or 1.5? Then Budget Advisory Committee is going to meet tomorrow, and hopefully they can give us our recommendation. That we will select another day, if not August 1st, to finalize the CIP. Does that sound a good plan? If we could get this approved on July 18th or July 25th, we would, but if we need a little bit more time, we will finalize CIP on August the 8th. But that will be a long meeting to approve the entire 2023 operating budget and the CIP.
Right. Okay.
But if we could approve this earlier, we would. Does that schedule work for council?
So Director Lowe, if I'm understanding that correctly, so we're gonna add another column here, so council at that point will be able to start adding in what they think the right amount is.
Correct.
You'd like that information by the 18th of July the 18th or the 25th in order to just validate those numbers so that that first meeting in August we can talk about, or I guess it would be the second meeting. But the 7th of August, somewhere around there, we'll finalize the CIP and the operation.
Correct.
Okay.
Because by the time we will receive the recommendation from BAC as well.
Okay.
Yes.
Member Russell.
Thank you. So I guess my question is, these things that we're cutting right now, if the public decided, I mean, if we put the ballot on and it passes, then this is really a moot point because we'll add them in, correct? Is this discussion what to cut if that doesn't happen?
I would say if the ballot measures approved for pavement, that would definitely help with the maintenance of 3 million. But I would say if that's the case, we could repurpose some of the money allocated, doesn't matter, 1.5 million or 3 million for other purposes.
And if I could add to that.
Go ahead,
Member
City
Russell?
Manager Lewis.
Thank you. Yes, keep in mind that the ballot, if you put that on the ballot, that generates about 2 million. So if we did cut this back to 1.5 on the street side, that would, get us with a little change left over to the target of 3.3 million. And so it doesn't substantially change our picture, but it will definitely help create that dedicated funding source for streets. But I think we're working, as Director Lowe indicated, under the assumption that we won't have that money. But if we do, we'll be able to come back to council and say, okay, we've freed up a little bit of money. But what I want to point out is you're only looking at Tier 1 projects, a handful of Tier 2, and there is a huge list of Tier 3 that we don't even bring to you. It's in your packet, but we don't even discuss it. Massive, massive capital needs throughout the city that we don't have anything close to the amount of money to address all of those needs. So we are going under the assumption, though, that we will not have the additional 2 million for streets when we present this.
Okay, thank you. And then I just have one other thing. On the service center, Public Works facility construction, it is just over $1 million. And, I mean, at this point, it looks like the Budget Advisory Committee left that off totally. Do you know why P and Z approved that? I mean, what if we didn't move forward with that right now?
Well, the solution to not funding that work is just continued renting of temporary trailers. We have staff that are officing in temporary trailers that, have temporary power lines connecting them. I think they have to go outside into another building for toilet services, et cetera. We will just have to continue to do that as well as expand that as we continue to build out staff for executing on capital projects.
Thank you.
Member Nunnenkamp.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, when I look at this and I see that even with some of the reductions, we are still about $1.5 million over, I do think it reinforces our decision to explain to the voters that there is not enough, right, currently to fund the needs that we've identified as the most important Tier 1 projects in the city. And I think that there is an honesty in that, and reducing that 3 million to the 1.5, because that's what we're over and we don't have enough. And that's why we're asking for ongoing funding for that, I think is genuine, and it reflects where we are right now in the city. So those are my thoughts on that. My request for staff, if you're going to add a column and bring this matrix back to us, is just a formatting one. Could you ensure that the bolding for Tier 1 projects extends through all columns, just so it's easier to quickly understand where the Tier 1 projects are, and it makes it easier to read. So that's just a small request.
Yeah, thank you. If this works for council, council will approve all the projects under Conservation Trust Fund, Open Space Fund, and Water and Sewer Fund. We'll just focus on the capital project and project improvement fund, so we can shorten the list.
That would be fine with me.
Okay.
I don't see any dissension here. That works, Director Lowe.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Director Lowe. And thank you to all the staff for the presentation tonight on the budget and staying late. So do we want to take a short break before we call the meeting to order? Let's do a 5-minute break. Is that enough time? And that'll get us to 8:05. So we'll regroup at 8:05. Thank you, everyone. Members of council, if we could be seated. All right, thank you, members of council. I now call this meeting to order. If you're able to do so, if you could please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. City Clerk, can you take a roll call?
Yes, good evening. Member Anderson,
Present.
Member Noonenkamp,
Present?
Member Russell,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Present.
Member Wink, Member Woodward,
Present.
Mayor Sierra.
Present.
6 council members present, one absent. One absent is Councilmember Wink.
Thank you, City Clerk, and Member Wing to let me know that she would not be in attendance tonight. Moving on to agenda item 5, consideration of minutes from the previous session. Actually, do we have any changes from the meeting on June 20th? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve the meeting June 20th?
I move to approve the minutes for the regular city council meeting on June 20th.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Could I get a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Could we please vote?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
Okay, we don't have anything under agenda item 6. We don't have any scheduled comment or scheduled public speakers for item 7, but for recognition of unscheduled public comment, if you'd like to sign up to speak virtually for the public comment at the beginning of city council meetings on Monday, June 27th, just be in person prior to the start of the meeting. This is an opportunity for the public to address city council. There is an expectation that presentation will be conducted in a respectful manner. Council may ask questions for clarification, but there will not be any dialogue, and please limit your presentation to 3 minutes. We only have one speaker tonight, and we have Ms. Kathleen Bailey here to speak.
Kathleen,
I'm sorry, go ahead, Ms. Bailey. Name and address or cross streets.
Kathleen Bailey, Jason and Union. The budget is a massive lift, and I, of course, only focus on a couple areas. So, good evening, council. My emails have definitely been concerning fully funding the police and fully staffing the police, but tonight I wanted to talk about a concern by a recent comment made by Councilman Anderson during last week's meeting that appeared to be expressing some apparent resentment that after just one drowning death on 7/24/18, millions are going to be spent on stormwater infrastructure, while recently in his district a person was tragically killed just trying to cross Broadway. 4 years ago, on July 24th, 18, when the major 25-year rain event struck the South Inglewood Basin, the upstream half of the South Inglewood Basin suffered significant property damage, and more than one resident experienced family members who were trapped, unable to open the basement doors against the water pressure in their rapidly filling basements. They were only saved because other family members were able to break down the basement doors from the other side. Rachel Haber was alone. She only stopped by to feed a friend's cat when the major 25-year rain event flash flood struck. To provide the best documentation of what that area actually suffered and what she actually suffered that day, I will read the account that was posted by Denver 7 the following day on 7/25. Quote, Cindy Hartman, a tenant above Haber, told Denver 7 that she heard pounding and screaming in the apartment below her and went downstairs to try to help the victim, but she couldn't locate the door because of how high the water was. The only thing I knew to do was to go back upstairs and call 911 and pray that somebody would get to her fast, Hartman said. Water had reached the top of the basement stairs when the police arrived at 4650 South Tacoma Street after 6:45 p.m., and water in the neighborhood was knee-deep. There was water in the front yards, backyards, and a car actually floated down part of the street that ended up in front of the house, says Chief Reed, Inglewood Police spokesman. The water was extremely high. A handful of officers were able to get partly down the flooded stairway and kick open the basement door, Reed said. One of the responding officers' height was nearly 7 feet tall and was an asset as he reached into the flooded room searching for human life. If it wasn't for him, they probably would never have gotten her out, Reed said. He's just reaching through the water because they had information that someone was in there, unquote. All of you seem to be more aware that I consider it morally, all of you are already fully aware that I consider it morally reprehensible that in 2020, all of you.
Ms. Bailey, your time is up.
Okay.
Did you want to finish your thought or with the finding?
It's about 4 sentences.
Okay. Well, Ms. Bailey, thank you for your time tonight. Thank you for speaking. Any questions from council? Seeing none, Ms. Bailey, thank you for your time tonight. And that concludes unscheduled public comment. Member Wink normally would normally be the person that gave a response tonight, but I guess I'll do the response. But
Mayor, if I could, since she was directly referencing.
I was going to
comments,
reference that as well. But
Thank
Member
you.
Anderson, if you want to start first, or actually, I'll
Yeah, go
start
ahead.
and then you can. But Ms. Bailey, thank you for coming tonight. I appreciate you coming and speaking and always speaking up about just infrastructure improvements that we're doing for stormwater, whether you agree with council or not. I do believe that you misconstrued Member Anderson's comments from the previous session. He by no means was minimizing the life that was taken during stormwater, but just the fact that any death that happens in the city, there needs to be an action by the city council. And I definitely agree with them that we need to look at ways to improve the safety for all within the city of Inglewood. And I've had concerns about South Broadway. I've had concerns about other parts of the city where their people are speeding. And so we do need to look at those type of improvements. And by no means is Member Ashton trying to just state, or trying to say that one life, that we spend millions on one life, but we won't spend millions on another. But so that's just my comment there. I appreciate all the work that Member Anderson has done here in the city. He's definitely been a big proponent of infrastructure. So I don't want the members of the public to believe that Member Anderson was minimizing the death that happened during the stormwater flood. But Member Anderson, I'll let you speak for yourself as well.
Actually, thank you, Mayor. I don't think I have anything to add to that. I appreciate it.
Anyone else tonight? Seeing none, we will now go on to consent agenda item 9. I believe there's only one that we're going to pull, and I believe that's 9C4.
Correct.
Thank you, Member Russell. So can I get a motion to approve 9A1, 9B1, and 2, and 9C1 through 3?
So moved.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Can I get a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Can we please vote?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
Thank you. And now moving on to 9C4. We got 2. Director of Public, Director Van Rye and Deputy Director Goodman are here. Member Russell, if you have a question.
Thank you. And I apologize for not getting the email to the city manager. The question that I have is on previous council action. It says that city council approval of change order number 2 with Global to the 2021 purchase order in the amount of $12,524.91 for a total purchase order authorization of $110,524. This was the only one in the 3 that had a prior change order. And so how could we approve change order number 1? Oh, this is for 2022. The other one was for Okay, so what is the total amount then is the $130,000?
Correct. So the change order number one for 12,000 and some odd dollars was for the 2021 the purchase order with Global Underground, and that was that leak in front of Swedish Hospital between Christmas and New Year's last year. And so this change order, all three change orders that we're coming to you tonight to get approval for are for the 2022 contract. So it's a completely brand new contract of the same original dollar amount, that $90,000.
Okay, so then why was the previous council action there? There really was no previous council action on this contract, correct?
Correct. There was not any previous council action on this particular contract. That was the previous contract with the same contractor.
Okay.
And then we closed that out and established a brand new contract for work performed from November 2021. Actually, sorry, that's not true. Work performed through January 1st of this year through when the contract ends. And all three of those dollar amounts are approaching the end of that $90,000. So that's why we're coming to proactively ask for change order funds if necessary until we're able to establish new contracts in November of this year.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 9C4?
I move to approve 9C4.
Thank you, Member Russell. Could I get a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Any further comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward.
Aye.
Member Woodward.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
Thank you, directors and deputy director. No agenda item 10. We do have 11A1. We have ballot questions for revisions to the City of Inglewood's charter. We have City Attorney Niles here, and do we have anyone from Hoffman and Parker tonight?
No, we don't.
Okay.
As we were talking about budget tonight, this is one way we're saving a little bit of budget money, so our outside counsel is not here. We don't have a PowerPoint tonight. We presented the same PowerPoint several times on the proposed ballot language. So I will refer to you starting at page 494 of the agenda, and I'll just talk about what the final ballot questions are as directed by City Council. The first question is whether the charter shall be amended to eliminate gender-specific pronouns such as he, instead referring to the person, and to use the term council member because it's used inconsistently, council man, council person, council member throughout. Question 2, shall we amend section 12 of the charter to refer to the fact that elections are now by ballot, mail ballot, because it currently refers to polling places being open from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. So instead it will just say we will hold elections as authorized by law. Question number 3, also on page 494, refers to section 20, redistricting to ensure that our charter complies with applicable federal law. And it basically says, should we amend this section to comply with federal law regarding the variance of registered voters between our different districts? Of course, our goal is to provide every citizen an equal voice in voting for their elected council member. So this would do that. It provides more consistency between sizes of the districts. Question 4, and if you have any questions while I'm going through this, please just interrupt me. I'm happy to answer any questions at any time. Question 4 would apply to a revision to section 22, which states that council members shall take office after the election is certified. Currently, code states that council members shall take office at 8 p.m. at the next regularly scheduled council meeting, but this may not mean or provide sufficient time to the county to ensure that our election results are in final, they've been certified, and we have the correct person take office. Question 5 regards section 27, which really responds to the ability for council to meet remotely, as we all saw during COVID. currently Charter Section 27 states that council shall meet at City Hall, but it states instead that council shall meet at a time and manner to be fixed by the council. So if council decides to schedule a remote meeting, this would clearly authorize it under the charter. Question 7, Section 52. Our charter currently refers to a municipal airport, so this would just refer or eliminate that reference because we don't have an airport. Question 7 applies to changing the minimum number of board members on the Library Board, Planning and Zoning Commission, Board of Adjustment Appeals, and Water and Sewer Board, so that it requires a minimum of 5, but then City Council will set the actual number by ordinance. So it can be 5, it can be 9. This responds to some of the issues that we've had in filling some of the boards. Currently, ordinance does require the same that's in current charter. So if this does pass, to actually lower, for example, the number of library board members, council would have to adopt an ordinance to amend municipal code. And now for some citizen input on that, let's say citizens want to leave it at 9. We adopt an ordinance changing it to, I'll just say 5. Citizens can then challenge that through a referendum. So there is some continued citizen oversight of that, if anyone is concerned about that. Section 8 applies to Charter Section 73. It currently doesn't comply with state law regarding the ability to file a lawsuit against a public entity. So question 8 says, should we amend our charter to comply with state law regarding the Colorado Governmental Immunity Act? And that's it for the proposed ballot questions for the charter.
Thank you, City Attorney Niles. Any questions from council? Mayor Pro Tem.
So we're asking these questions and we're certifying the questions. And my question is related to the actual language that will be codified when the voters, should they give their consent to making these charter changes. So for instance, question number 1 could be pretty lengthy if we were to go through and do the full codification before the voters agree to change everything to gender neutral. But when I look at question 8, which is the one regarding compliance with the Colorado Government Immunity Act, I remember discussing this during study session, and we had some proposed language. But the question that we have in front of us, as a voter, seems pretty generic. So my question to you is, are you comfortable that we're asking the question that the voters can answer in a way that they know what the outcome would be?
Well, I think the question says, do you want the charter to comply with law? And so does it tell the voters exactly what the change is to comply with law? It doesn't. It is vague. Of course, what's currently wrong with charter is that we provide for a much shorter time period where someone can bring a lawsuit. So it's not enforceable. I think the logic behind this is that if we adopt this language, so we amend the charter to comply with that language, if state law changes again, we don't have to go back to the voters to request it again. So let's say state law has changed again to say you have 500 days to notify a public entity that you have a claim against them. We don't have to go back a second time. Instead, we can just change the charter so that it complies with that law.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Member Anderson and then Member Newton-Camp.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Attorney Niles. Questions all look good to me. The only question that jumped out as I was reading through the ordinance is that it says at the special election to be held on Tuesday, November 8th. Is this a special election, or I thought we called this a general election, maybe?
Well, our actual elections are in odd years.
Okay.
So for us to jump in, it is a special election. We of course do it every year, but our actual elections when we elect council members is odd years.
So it's special election in relation to Inglewood's municipal elections, is that?
Yes,
Okay.
It is a regularly scheduled statewide election, but we're just designating it as a special election so we can jump in and participate in the coordinated election.
Thank you.
Member Newton-Camp.
Thank you for the presentation. I have a question around question 2, and it starts with to allow flexibility and update language, and then it goes into the addition and the strike through. Can you help me understand why we chose the language to allow flexibility? specifically. I think when I read that, and I know this is maybe a small detail, but I think this language really matters. We want to ensure that right now, I think we have a crisis of confidence in our elections, and flexible is maybe not the word we want to use when we talk about them. And so help me understand the choice of that word.
Yes, we initially, when we were looking at the ordinance and sending different versions back and forth, we didn't provide a reason, we just provide the proposed change. And so I thought voters might want to know why we are proposing this change rather than just to consider the change. So that was the language we came up with, because it does allow some flexibility for the manner of elections, in that if state law changes, then we can be more flexible and change our election procedures as well. But that language can certainly be changed, and this is the time to do it. If we do want to change that language, I would suggest someone move to approve the ordinance, second it, then move to amend it with the new language, second that motion to amend. The mayor knows
Very
the
helpful.
procedure.
Thank you.
I try to do that, so. Any other questions, Member Newnham? Any further questions from council? Seeing none, can we get a motion to approve 11A1?
I move to approve 11A1.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Any further comments? Member Russell?
Well, actually, I do have a question. So will people, when they vote on this, be able to vote yes or no on each individual question?
Yes, and we specifically wrote it that way so everyone can decide each question. There is a concern about voter fatigue. Will people get tired of considering more questions? But and we had some discussion on the tax ballot issue on that. But we thought if somebody did not want to, for example, take out a reference to airports in Inglewood, we didn't want them to vote no on the whole thing. So it just gives voters more choice.
Okay, thank you very much.
Member Newnham?
Yeah, the more I read this, I would like to change the language in question 2 from allow flexibility. For the reason I stated earlier, I think I would prefer a more kind of precise and language there than something that I think maybe, even though this may seem small, but would imply that there is any question about how the elections are being administered. I think my preference on that would be to update language in accordance with state law. That would be the new language I would prefer. So I would like to offer that amendment.
Did you want to make the motion to amend?
Yes, thank you. I move to amend, oh, sorry, I can't remember, what number is this?
11A1.
Thank you. I move to amend 11A1, question 2, to read, to update language in accordance with state law.
Second.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Any further comments? Mayor Pro Tem.
My preference would be to strike the opening clause and just ask the question, shall Article 2, Section 12 of the City of Inglewood Charter, etc. I think this is an all business question.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Russell.
Actually, that's the question I was going to ask, is how will that affect our, I mean, it just leaves out what area we're amending in our charter. So I think we need to leave that in there, Article 2, Section 12 of the City of Inglewood Home Rule Charter.
Yes, I would strike up to shall. So the first 6 words proposed from 2 through shall, but that is not the motion on the table, so.
Right. Thank you, Member Russell. Anyone else with, oh, sorry, Member Newnham.
Thank you, Mayor. And I apologize if my motion was not as explicit as it should have been. I agree with you, Member Russell. I think we do need to obviously leave in that. So my amendment is just for the first clause before the comma. So I apologize if that was not clear. It would be to update language in accordance with state law, comma, and then everything else would remain unchanged. I am curious, obviously it's not the motion on the table, but the Mayor Pro Tem's suggestion, I do think in line with the city attorney's recommendation that providing some kind of reasoning for why we're making this change is helpful to voters, and that our elections will be executed in a manner in accordance with state law, I think is helpful.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Member Anderson.
I'm fine with either one of those amendments, so I don't particularly see a great advantage one over the other. But
Thank you, Member Anderson. Any further comments?
Just
See,
one, Mayor.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
So the logic behind my request, excuse me, is I spent a fair amount of my career in the stone cold business of state ballot language. And so I have a tendency to avoid trying to justify the question or advocate for or against something on the ballot. I don't see the language as necessary. This is just a regular old language change. We've prescribed the change in the language. We've written out what the language change would be. And I find that the question itself is sufficient without the opening clause. So that's why I would do it that way.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any further comments? Seeing none, can we please vote on the motion for the amendment that, I'm trying to think of the wording, to update the language in accordance with state law, and then comma, shall, and everything else remains the same, so. City Clerk?
Member Anderson,
aye.
Member Noonan-Camp,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Nay.
Member Woodward,
Nay.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 3 ayes and 3 nays.
Okay, so that does not pass.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem. Then
I'd
look to
I'd
your
like to
direction.
propose a different amendment, amending question 2 to strike the language that appears prior to shall and just begin question 2 with the word shall.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Any further comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonan-Camp,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
Thank you. Any further comments from council? Seeing none, can we now vote on the motion on the table?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonan-Camp,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
Thank you, City Clerk, and thank you very much, City Attorney Niles. Moving on to ballot questions regarding 2 taxation-related items, and we have City Manager Sean Lewis to speak on the item.
Mayor, the resolution in your packet, we believe reflects the direction of council that we received at the last meeting, and we're glad to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, City Manager Lewis. Any questions from council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve?
I do have one question.
Sorry, go ahead, Member Anderson.
I'm just trying to understand how this all works, because both of the questions say a raise from 3.5 to the actual increase. If they both pass, though, the overall increase is more than that. There's nothing problematic about that. It seems might be confusing to voters at the very least.
Thank you for the question. Yes, the city attorney and I had the same discussion. It's one of the challenges of splitting 2 tax questions because we can't really show the cumulative effect of both. But we know that voters can do the math in their head, but we haven't found anything in state law that prohibits it from being written this way, and that voters would deduce that each of these would collectively equal 3.8.
Thank you.
Any further questions from council? Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, Member Anderson's question leads me further down the path. Tabor prescribes specific language for tax increases. Does Tabor prescribe that we put the percentage change in there, or can we just say an increase of and get rid of the percentage from and to?
That was optional to take out the 3.5 to 3.7. Our concern was that some people may not understand that 0.1% is actually the one fifth of a penny, or that's 0.2% is 1/5 of a penny. And we had discussed that internally. When you say 0.2, you think it's 2 cents, but 0.2% is actually 1/5 of a cent. And so we were trying to respond to that potential confusion. But I think if we could take out the percentage and say an increase of approximately 1/5 of a penny, I think that would be helpful. However, one other concern, we had some pretty substantial conversations about this internally. Another concern is that people may not know what the current percentage is. And so that's why we wanted to provide a reference as to it is currently 3.5%. This would raise us to 3.7%, not 5.5%, because it's a little bit confusing.
Any other questions from council? Member Anderson.
Would it be possible to say the current percent and the additional 0.2% or 0.1% without doing the math for them? You know, to say raising the city sales tax rate an additional 0.2% to our current 0.35%. I don't know, maybe that's more confusing than this is either, but I don't know if there's a really good solution, but something that doesn't add that level of confusion may be helpful. I don't know.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Member Woodward.
Following what Member Anderson was saying, I think it'd be easier for a voter just to understand by saying, you know, on a $100 purchase, that is what, 0.2% or 2 cents, or is it 20 cents? Now I'm confused. But to say the actual cents per $100 spent or something like that.
That's why we like the 1/5 of a penny per dollar spent. That to us was something that was easy to understand. It's a fifth of a penny.
That said, if you don't like the 3.5 to 3.7 or 3.5 to 3.6, then we could, you know, strike that and add in the $100 valuation, like in parentheses next to the 1/5 of a penny. I agree with the city attorney that we think that that's the most clear, but if we want to put it in another way without confusing the cumulative total of the sales tax rate, we could just put in parentheses, you know, that dollar amount of $100 as well.
Or $10. I mean, then you get into a fraction, I think, don't you?
Mm-hmm. You can skin this cat many, many ways.
You can get skinned also in many ways. Thank you.
Member Noonekamp.
Thank you, Mayor. Just another affirmation that our city manager is from Texas. I have a question for the city clerk, and I believe we've talked about the Blue Book before, but if we were to take out maybe the section around the cumulative increase, because I agree that it could be confusing for voters, we can explain all of that in what we put in the Blue Book, correct? We can explain where we're at now, what would happen if both pass, just so that that's where voters can get that information. Is that correct?
Yes, correct. We will be allowed to put in a summary.
Okay, thank you.
Any further comments? I'll make a comment just because I was trying to figure this out as well. And I'm not sure if it simplifies things, but I do want to keep the 3.5% so people know that that's the current rate here in the city of Inglewood. But the other part was just like to be no more than 3.8%, if you know, and not even having to say it both pass. But I thought of maybe adding that language, but not sure what the appropriate language would be now that we've discussed multiple options. Any further comments? Well, do we have a motion? We don't have a motion yet, but, Mayor Pro Tem.
So is it appropriate to move for an amendment prior to the motion? No, so I have to move this. So I move to approve Council Bill number 35.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Member Anderson. And now, Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
I'd like to propose an amendment to the proposed language. I would remove the clause from the parenthetical clauses on both of them, showing the percentage change. So on the first one, from 3.5% to 3.7%, I would remove. And the second one, from 3.5% to 3.6%. I would stick with the 1/10 of 1 penny and 1/5 of 1 penny language.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Noonencamp. Any further comments, Member Noonencamp? See your hands up.
I just want to clarify with the Mayor Pro Tem about his amendment. So in the language you're proposing, the parenthetical statement would end after the word spent, correct?
That is correct. Thank you for that clarification. Removing anything between raising and the closed paren.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect. Any further comments? Member Anderson.
I'll be voting no on this. I would like to leave some reference to the percentage in there. So I'd be interested in potentially another amendment if there's another way if somebody can come up with some good way of saying it, but barring a better option, I think keeping that 3.5 is important.
Thank you, Member Anderson. I'll make a comment. I will be voting no for the same exact reason. I do want to keep the 3.5% in there, one way or another. So, without any, Member Russell.
I will be voting no also for the same reason.
Can I make a comment?
Sure. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
It's quite common in the construction of ballot language to explain what the change is. It is vastly less common in the construction of ballot language to explain what the existing law is and then explain what the change is. And what we're doing by inserting our current sales tax percent in here is we are explaining what the existing law is and then explaining what the change is, or attempting to. And what voters need to know is what the change is. Anything else is for the blue book. So I would recommend that the city councilors who want to vote no because they think that voters need to know what our current sales tax percentage is in the ballot language, I would invite you to reconsider that.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any further comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Member Anderson,
Nay.
Member Noonencamp,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Woodward,
Nay.
Mayor Sierra.
Nay.
Let the record show 4 nays and 2 ayes.
Thank you, City Clerk. Does anybody have any preferred language? Member Anderson.
I move to remove the 3.7%.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Could I get a second? So, yeah, can I get a second? Second. I'll second it. Any further comments from council? And actually, just as a clarification, Member Anderson, obviously it would be the 3.6 and the 3.7, so for both, correct?
Oh, correct. Thank you.
Do you have, actually, Member Noonencamp?
Just so I want to make sure I understand what the proposed language is. So everything from the fraction of the penny per dollar spent would remain the same, raising the sales tax, sales and use tax rate from 3.5, period. That is the proposed language?
Yeah, the main point being I would like to our citizens to know what the current sales tax rate is, but I think saying 3.7 or 3.6 is not 100% accurate under certain voting scenarios. For example, if both of them pass, then that raises it to 3.8.
Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate that. And I appreciate the effort to try to provide information to voters while making it clear, as clear as we can. Unfortunately, I feel like this one might actually muddy the waters a bit more, because I think that it ends the sentence a little bit abruptly, and people will say, well, then if it was this, what will be under this? So unfortunately, I think I'm a no vote on this, but thank you for offering it.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Member Woodward.
I would agree with Member Noonan-Camp. I think the 3.5 needs to be there. I think the 3.7 needs to be there.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Anyone else? Mayor Pro Tem and then the City Attorney.
The problem with putting 3.7% or 3.6% in is, as Member Anderson has stated, there are certain scenarios where that will not be the rate following the vote. So if both of these pass, then we're not raising from 3.5 to 3.6. We're raising from 3.5 to 3.8. And we absolutely cannot have inaccurate ballot language on the ballot. I will shoot this down before I vote for the current language.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. City Attorney Niles.
I was going to propose some language that I think may respond to some of the comments about it being confusing, but I also think Mayor Pro Tem makes a good point. But I would propose, if we are including the 3.5% reference in the paren, have it say, or an increase to the current 3.5% tax of approximately 1/5 of 1 penny per dollar spent. It refers to a current 3.5% tax, and it then states what the increase would be to that.
Member Anderson.
I don't know if my solution is the best solution or not, or yours, but the I like the idea of being if we're gonna add, we're putting two different ways of measuring things together. If we did something along the lines of what you're suggesting, but set an increase of approximately 1/5 of a penny per dollar spent to our current tax of 3.5 pennies per dollar spent, might, keep it in the same terms, because I don't know if people can convert 1/5 of a penny into a 3.5%, but maybe keeping it in both those same terms would allow them to do the math.
Thank you, Member Anderson. You just took me back to math. Keep it in ounces or keep it in grams or whatever. Don't come. Okay.
I have another amendment once this one fails. If we.
Thank you, Member Anderson. I'm still reading the language and hesitating until I got done with it. So if there's no further comments, can we please vote?
Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonan-Camp.
Nay.
Member Russell.
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward.
Nay.
Member Woodward.
Nay.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 4 ayes and 2 nays.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. 4 nays and 2 ayes.
Thank you, City Clerk. Anyone else have a suggestion? Go ahead, Member Anderson.
I move to amend the language in both of the ballot questions to say an increase, well, in the first one, an increase of approximately 1/5 of 1 penny per dollar spent, in addition to the current, I am having a problem wording it, I had it a minute ago, an increase of 1/5 of 1 penny per dollar spent over our current 3.5 pennies per dollar tax rate. That's not quite right either.
No, it's not 3.5 pennies.
Yeah. 3.5
Oh,
pennies
yeah,
per
you're
dollar.
right, you're right. Yeah, okay, yep.
Let me try this again. An increase of approximately 1/5 of 1 penny per dollar spent to our current sales tax rate of 3.5 pennies per dollar spent. And then the second question would be an increase of approximately 1/10 of 1 penny per dollar spent to our current sales and use tax rate of 3.5 pennies per dollar spent.
I have a point of information for Councilmember Anderson.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
What's the purpose of using the word penny as opposed to cent?
I was just trying to keep it consistent with the penny, but we can say 1/5 of 1 cent per dollar spent. I'd be happy with that.
What's your motion?
All right, my motion is I move to edit the language on both statements, one from 1/5, one from 1/10. The language being an increase of approximately 1/5 of 1 cent per dollar spent to our current sales and use tax rate of 3.5 cents per dollar spent.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Could I get a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any further comments? I'll make a comment. I am not sure if that's easier to understand, but yeah, it's one of these difficult questions. I think I will be voting yes on this. Yeah, but just not sure the reasoning why behind it, but I am confused a little bit by the language, but when I read it all in front of me, I do think that would make sense for the voters, but this actually ended up being a lot harder than I thought it was going to be, but Mayor Pro Tem.
I'll just note that under Tabor, the things that we need to tell the voters are the amount of the tax expected to be raised in the first year and the percent change, I believe. So we could end this clause after 1%, but the rest of council insists on adding clarifying language. This, I believe, is the best clarifying language that this committee is going to come up with. So I will be voting to approve this particular amendment with some reservations, but I think we have a product that's usable at this point.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Anyone else? Seeing none, can we, oh, I'm sorry, Member Noonan-Kemp.
Thank you. I just have a point of information, Mayor, especially since I'm not in the room. Could I just ask the city attorney? I know we've been workshopping this language verbally, which is always a little bit trickier than reading it. Does this language kind of pass the legal muster? Could I just get that from the city attorney before we vote?
Yes, I believe so. We just have to make sure it's accurate. So we are all over here doing math with percentages and, but yes, as long as it's accurate, it does. The parentheses language is not legally required. It's more of a description and some background information to citizens so they have a better idea of what they're actually voting on. So as long as it's accurate, yes, it does pass legal muster.
Thank you. That's helpful for me.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Kemp. City Manager Lewis.
And the only thing we were going to check for accuracy is the 3.5 cents, but I think that that's correct. We let our finance people go too soon.
Yeah, I'm not a math major, but 3.5% is 3.5 cents per dollar. Because a dollar is 100 pennies.
Seeing no other comments, can we please vote on the amendment that's on the table?
Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Noonan-Kemp?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Aye.
Member Woodward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
Thank you. And then can we now, any further changes? Seeing none, can we now vote on the motion on the table?
Member Anderson?
Wait,
Sorry, Mayor.
just-
We have some comment
yeah,
time here.
comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Mayor, who has the comment?
I'll give it to Member Russell.
Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you. I will not be supporting putting these on the ballot at all. And the reason is, I know the city needs money, but I'm telling you, the citizens are hurting, and we have no idea the extent to what they're already suffering. And I will not support this. It's probably going to pass, which is okay, but I will not support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Mayor Pro Tem.
I also will not be supporting this tonight for reasons different than what Member Russell proposes. I did voice some objections in the study session, and folks who attended those or watched them can hear those objections, but I strongly believe that when we ask a department what its needs are, and they tell us, and then we do a calculation on how much those needs will cost, and we prepare to go to the voters, we need to ensure that the ask matches what the department told us they needed. And I know we've had some assurances that we will be able to accommodate the public safety needs that the police department mentioned in the meeting. I would still prefer to see the full fund package of 0.18% and leave the police department with what they claim to need in order to take care of the needs of the city. So that's why I will be a no tonight, just the 0.1%. I understand the concerns that our citizens may have over increases in taxes. This to me seems like a reasonable increase. I did the math, and based on your average income, even for a low income person, the amount of money coming out of their pocket on this is actually not a ton of money. That's where I'm at on it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'll go to Member Noonekamp and then Member Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a hard vote. This isn't the fun part of the job, but I'm supporting this tonight, not because I'm in favor of raising taxes, but because I'm committed to being honest with the voters who put us here and to being a fair dealer and telling them this is where we're at as a city. These are the needs that we have. This is what the increase is, and then letting them decide. That's how it works in Colorado, is that the voters get to tell us if that's an investment that they want to make in this community or not, if they can. I've been very vocal throughout this process that this is a tough time for people. This is a bad time or an unfortunate time to be asking this question, but it's where we find ourselves when we're looking at the budget just tonight about how much need is in our city that we cannot currently fund with what we have. We are the closest we've ever been to funding all of the Tier 1 capital improvement projects in the city, and we're still not there. And so I think this is an opportunity to show our citizens where we're at as a community and to let them make this decision. I know that it's not a perfect process, but I think that these are the things when we've listened to them that they are the most interested in investing in. And so that's why I support the language that we have now, and I look forward to seeing what they decide.
Thank you, Member Noonekamp. Member Woodward.
I will be voting yes on this because I believe this gives the voters the opportunity, and I don't think all Inglewood residents or all Inglewood citizens are hurting. In fact, I know they're not. So I want them to have the opportunity to make this decision. We can't make the decision as far as tax increases. So it's up to them, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Member Anderson?
I have my reservations about this, especially the amount, but I do think this is an important one to bring to the voters. I understand Mayor Pro Tem's concerns, and I resonate with them too. But I'm optimistic that between this tax increase, if it passes the voters, and the budget process we're going to engage in, that we can get to what the police department, or very, very close to what the police department is asking for, without putting the full burden on a new tax on our citizens. And so that's why I'm supportive. I want to get there. I want to get all the police officers and desk officer and dispatch officers, dispatch person that they've requested. I want to get all the way there. But I don't know if it's all going to come from this tax increase. We may have to look at that as the budget process continues.
Thank you, Member Anderson. And I'll weigh in as well. I will be voting yes on this, but I do have reservations for our, just the fact that, yeah, for our lower income families here in the city of Inglewood, you know, there's not much disposable income to begin with, so they're already making hard decisions on what to buy. They don't always get what they need, but with everything we've been talking about in terms of the budget, I do want to just put this question out to the voters and see, and let them decide on whether or not additional transport or additional infrastructure for the roads or police department are important enough for them. But I do understand the concern by some of council that's been voiced tonight, but also just understanding the hardship that this could have on families as well. But I will be voting yes on this tonight. So without any further comments, I'll let City Clerk take the vote.
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Nay.
Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 4 ayes and 2 nays, the 2 nays being Councilmember Russell and Mayor Pro Tem Ward.
Thank you, City Clerk. And now we're moving on to 11C1, appointment of voting, alternate voting, and non-voting Inglewood representatives to opioid settlement for the Arapahoe Regional Council. And then we have City Attorney Niles to provide us a little bit of an overview.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. The next step for the opioid litigation is to designate our City of Inglewood representative to the Opioid Regional Council, which is Arapahoe County. And then we also need to designate, in conjunction with Littleton and Sheridan, the voting member to represent the 3 cities and the alternate voting member to represent the three cities. Pursuant to our discussion at the last council meeting, I understand Mayor Pro Tem Ward has agreed to serve as the City of Inglewood's representative. But as you can tell from the agenda item, there are asterisks for Littleton and Sheridan. So I didn't know if you, Mayor, have coordinated with them. If not, then I would suggest that the motion be to appoint Mayor Pro Tem Ward as the City of Inglewood's representative, and then authorize the mayor to coordinate with Littleton and Sheridan to designate of Littleton's representative and Sheridan's representative and ours who will be voting and who will be the alternate non-voting. The reason I'm requesting this now rather than waiting is because the Regional Council would like to start meeting in July. And of course, this is the last meeting in June.
Thank you, City Attorney Niles, for that overview. I have not heard from Littleton or Sheridan on their appointments. City Manager Lewis, I know they've had conversations, but it hasn't been discussed in full, or at least that I'm aware of. So I'm fine with what was stated, City Attorney Niles. Any further questions from council? Seeing none, do we have to make a motion or a motion to amend in terms of just allowing me the ability to coordinate with Littleton and Sheridan?
It can just be a motion.
Okay.
We don't need a motion to amend because there's no resolution to move to adopt initially.
Sounds good, City Attorney Niles. So without any further questions, can I get a motion to approve 11C1?
I'll move 11C1.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Any further comments?
And just for clarity of the minutes, 11C1 includes appointment of Mayor Pro Tem Ward, and then it authorizes the mayor to coordinate with the City of Littleton and Sheridan to appoint our joint voting and alternate voting members to the Arapahoe Regional Council.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you, City Attorney Niles. Any further comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
Congratulations, Mayor Pro Tem. Moving on now to general discussion, Mayor's Choice. We have an executive session in front of us. I was just going to ask members of council. We have Member Noonenkamp that's online, but because this is an executive session, she will not be able to participate. We also have another member of council out, so wondering if this council still wanted to go in for executive session, knowing that we have 5 members of council available. And actually, I'll throw this out there. I will not be present for the July 18th, so we were to table this. I would not be there on the 18th. I'm fine with moving forward tonight, but Member Noonekamp, I'm not sure if you have reservations about not being part of this tonight, but just any comments from you?
Yeah, I know, I appreciate it, Mayor. Obviously, I wish I could be there with you. I apologize that I have to be traveling for work right now. And would like to participate in the executive session, but by no means want to hold up the work of the council. So I have been informed that because of some attorney-client privileged information tonight, I cannot listen to the recording, so it will not be recorded. But I'm still fine if you all want to move forward, understanding that there's some time-sensitive things to talk about.
Thank you, Member Noonekamp. And actually, City Attorney Niles, does Member Noonekamp have to abstain from the vote? Is she considered a present member? I'm just kind of curious about how that would go.
As participating remotely, she can vote, but our council policies say that she can't attend executive session, and we don't record attorney-client privilege executive session past the initial procedural matters.
Perfect. Okay. Sounds good. Member Russell.
Thank you. I actually would like to go forward with the executive session because we've changed the schedule and it may be time-sensitive information. So, thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. And then anyone else with any comments? So if not, I move to, is this the right wording or do I have something else here? Just seems a little, so do I just read this, City Attorney Niles, where it just says an executive session for purposes of do I read that sentence and then make a motion to move?
It just says, I move to go into an executive session for the first page. Do you see that?
No? Oh, there we go. Now I see it. It's highlighted.
Yeah.
Okay, so I move to go into executive session tonight for a conference with the city attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions under CRS section 24-6-402 4B to discuss a breach of contract matter and to discuss legal issues regarding modifying security measures for city council meetings. Could I get a second?
Second.
Perfect. Can we please vote?
Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Noonekamp?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Aye.
Member Woodward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes.
Perfect. Actually, I just realized I did that wrong because I was supposed to state who was going to be in the meeting, correct? Or can I do that now or do I need to start over?
I think you can clarify. I
Okay.
think we all have it in front of us and we know who's coming,
Perfect.
but
So for members of the public, so present at the executive session are the following persons: Mayor Nathaniel Sierra, Mayor Pro Tem Stephen Ward, Councilmember Rita Russell, Joe Anderson, Chelsea Noonekamp, Jim Woodward, City Manager, strike Chelsea Noonekamp, City Manager Sean Lewis, and City Attorney Tamara Niles. Thank you, everyone. We will now adjourn and reconvene in the community room. Okay, the time is now 10:08, and the executive session has been concluded. Present at the executive session are the following persons: Mayor Nathaniel Sierra, Mayor Pro Tem Steve Ward, Councilmember Rita Russo, Joe Anderson, Jim Woodward, City Manager Sean Lewis, City Attorney Tamara Niles. I move to close the executive session. May I have a second?
Second.
Can we please vote?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 5 ayes.
For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matters not included in the motion to go into the executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation of the open meetings law, I would ask that you state your concerns for the record. Seeing none, I think we just move on to the next item for Mayor's Choice. Not much for me to present tonight, or actually, there's a couple of items. One is the Citizen of the Year presentation, or the award ceremony is going to be occurring on Wednesday at the Malley Center from 6 to 8. I will be there, and I will be saying a few nice words for our nominee this year. And as everyone is aware, we will be on, the only word that's coming to me right now is that we will not be present. I was going to say hiatus, but for the first 2 weeks in the month of July, there is going to be a meeting on July 18th for our first city council meeting. Just to let everybody know, I will not be in attendance on the 18th, but we'll be back present on the 25th. And I believe that there was one other thing I wanted to state, but I just lost it out of my head. So that concludes Mayor's Choice. Does anybody want to state anything for Council Member's Choice? Mayor Pro Tem?
Just a brief review of CML I spent last week at the Colorado Municipal League Conference, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. A lot of really good sessions, a lot of information. It's a great opportunity to get together with other municipalities, large and small, and talk about a lot of the issues that are commonly affecting us. Some good sessions on soft skills and communication techniques, which we all know I could probably benefit from. And one of the more compelling sessions that I attended was in regards to first responders and their role in responding to calls involving people who have dementia. It was taught by a deputy chief from Wheat Ridge, and it was a remarkably informative 90 minutes from a compassionate police chief who had experienced a loved one with dementia himself, and spends a large portion of his career training law enforcement on how to respond to those types of calls. So I thought it was time well spent, 4 days of my life, but it was a nice time both socially and professionally. And I would plan to attend next year in Aurora as well.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Anyone else? Seeing none, now moving on to City Manager's report.
No report, Mayor.
Thank you. And with that, it is 10:10. This meeting is now adjourned. Everyone have a great 4th.